You're right. I quit. He takes a bite right as the front door opens. Bridgette walks in holding a sack, wearing her Hooters uniform and a scowl. She sees us in the kitchen and nods, then walks to her room and slams the door. "Did she just nod her head at you?" Brennan asks. "That was an oddly nice gesture that didn't include a middle finger. Does she not hate you anymore?" "Nah, we're practically best friends now." I start to clean the kitchen, but Bridgette yells my name from her bathroom. Brennan raises an eyebrow like he's worried for me. I walk toward her bathroom and can hear a lot of commotion. When I open the door, she grabs my wrist and pulls me inside and then slams the door shut. She turns toward the counter and begins dumping out the contents of her sack into her sink. My eyes go wide when I see 5 unopened boxes of pregnancy tests. Bridgette starts frantically ripping into one and hands me another. "Hurry," she says. "I have to get this over with before I freak out." She pulls a stick out of the box and then grabs another one to open. "I think 1 is enough to indicate if you're pregnant." She shakes her head. "I have to be sure I'm not pregnant, or I won't sleep until I have 12 periods. I have 2 of the tests open, and she rips a third one open, then grabs a mouthwash cup from next to the sink and rinses it out. She pulls down her shorts and sits on the toilet. "Did you even read the instructions? Are you supposed to pee in an unsanitized cup?" She ignores me and begins peeing in the cup. When she's finished, she sets it on the counter. "Dip them," she says. I stare at her cup of pee and shake my head. "I don't want to." She flushes the toilet and pulls her shorts up, then shoves me out of the way. She dips all 5 sticks into the cup at once and holds them there. Then she pulls them out and lays them all on a towel. This is all happening so fast I'm not sure I've had time to process the thought that we're about to find out if Bridgette is going to be a mother, or whether Warren is going to be a father. "Do either of you even want kids?" I ask. Bridgette shakes her head adamantly. "Not even a little bit. If I'm pregnant, you can have it." "I don't want it. My idea of hell is having a child comprised of pieces of Warren and Bridgette." "Bridgette!" Warren yells right before the front door slams shut. Bridgette cringes. The bathroom door swings open and I suddenly don't feel like I should be in here anymore. "You can't text me something like that in the middle of my study group and then ignore me when I call you back." "Warren, in study group?" I laugh, but my laughter causes both of them to turn their glares on me. "Sorry, I just can't picture Warren in a study group." He rolls his eyes. "It's a mandatory group project." He turns his attention back on Bridgette. "Why do you think you're pregnant? You're on the pill." "Pickles," she says as if that's a good explanation. "I stole 3 pickles off my customers' plates tonight, and I hate pickles. But all I can think about are pickles." She turns her attention back toward the pregnancy tests and picks one up, but it hasn't been long enough yet. "Pickles?" Warren says, flabbergasted. "Jesus Christ, I thought this was serious, but you craved a fucking pickle?" Warren is stuck on pickles, but I'm still stuck on the idea of Warren in a study group. "When do you graduate?" I ask him. 2 months. "Good," Bridgette says. "Because if I'm pregnant, you need to get a real job so you can raise this child." "You aren't pregnant, Bridgette," Warren says, rolling his eyes. "You craved a pickle. You're so dramatic." This entire conversation is making me want to ensure Ridge and I use double the protection from now on. I take my birth control religiously, but there's been a time or 2 that we haven't used a condom. Never again, though. Bridgette picks up one of the pregnancy tests and presses her hand against her forehead. "Oh, fuck!" She turns and tosses the stick toward Warren. It hits him in the cheek and then he fumbles as he tries to catch it. "Is it positive?" I ask. Bridgette nods, running her hands down her face. "There's a line. Shit. There's a really long, visible line. Fuck!" I look at one of the boxes. "A line just means it's working. It doesn't mean you're pregnant." Warren is holding the stick between 2 fingers when he drops it back on the towel. "That has your pee on it." Bridgette rolls her eyes. "No shit, Sherlock. It's a pregnancy test." "You threw it at me. There's pee on my face." He takes a hand towel and wets it under the faucet. "You aren't pregnant," I reassure her. "It's not a plus sign." She picks up another one of the tests and studies it, leaning against the counter. "You think?" She picks up one of the boxes and reads it, then sighs with relief. She pours the cup of urine out in the sink. "Why didn't you pour that in the toilet?" Warren asks with a grossed-out look on his face. This coming from the guy who ate a bar of cheese after Bridgette tried to wash herself with it. "I don't know," Bridgette says, looking at the sink. She turns the water on to rinse it out. "I'm distressed. I wasn't thinking." Warren slips in front of me and wraps his arms around Bridgette, bringing her head to his level. He brushes her hair back gently. "I'm not going to get you pregnant, Bridgette. After our first scare, I wrap my Jimmy Choo up hella tight every time. I was on my way out of the bathroom to give them privacy, but I freeze when I hear Warren refer to his penis as a Jimmy Choo. I turn back around. Jimmy Choo? Warren looks at me through the reflection in the mirror. Yeah, that's his name. Ridge doesn't nickname his penis after cool things. Cool things, I say. Jimmy Choos are designer shoes. No, Warren says. A Jimmy Choo is a rare Cuban cigar, right, Bridgette? He says, looking at her. You're the one who named him. Bridgette tries to keep a straight face, but she sputters laughter. She brushes past me and runs into the living room, but Warren is right on her heels. You said Jimmy Choos were huge cigars! They end up on the couch, Warren on top of her. They're both laughing, and it's the first time I've ever really seen them affectionate. It's disturbing that a pregnancy scare is what brings out the best in them as a couple. Warren kisses her on the cheek and then says, We should go celebrate with breakfast tomorrow. He sits up and looks at me and Brennan. All of us. Breakfast is on me. Bridgette pushes Warren away from her and stands up. I will if I wake up on time. Warren follows her out of the living room and into their bedroom. Girl, you aren't even sleeping tonight. Their door closes. I look at Brennan. He looks away from their door toward me. We both just shake our heads. I'm heading home, he says, standing up to pack his guitar. He grabs his keys and walks toward the door. Thanks for the sandwich, Sydney. Sorry, I'm a brat. It's Ridge's fault for spoiling me for so long. That's actually good to know. If Ridge is the one who spoiled you, then I'm not going to have to break up with him for expecting me to make him sandwiches. Brennan laughs. Please don't break up with him. I think you might be the first thing that's ever made Ridge's life easier. He closes the door behind him, and I can't help but smile at his parting words. He didn't have to say that, but the fact that he did makes me think Brennan and Ridge are more alike than I initially thought. Both thoughtful. After Brennan leaves, I lock the front door. I hear a thumping sound behind me, so I spin around and listen for a few seconds to see where it's coming from. Warren and Bridgette's bedroom. Oh, gross. Gross, gross, gross. I rush to Ridge's bedroom and close the door, then crawl into bed with him. I wasn't planning on staying here tonight. I still have homework I haven't finished this weekend and really do need to have some alone time in order to get it all done. Ridge is way too distracting. Sid, Ridge says, rolling toward me. His eyes are closed and I think he might even still be asleep. Don't be scared. The chicken. He signs the last word. He's talking and signing in his sleep. I grin at his nonsensical words. Did he talk in his sleep before he started verbalizing, or is that something new? I kiss him on the cheek and fold his arm over me as I snuggle against him. I wait to see if he speaks again, but he doesn't. He just sleeps. I was awake by 7, but Ridge was still asleep. He woke up sometime in the middle of the night and took off his jeans and shoes, but then went right back to sleep. I was making a pot of coffee when Warren walked out of his bedroom and told me to stop. I'm treating you to breakfast, remember? Then he went to wake up Ridge, but Ridge told him he needed 2 more hours of sleep. Let's let him sleep, I said. Let me go change out of my pajamas and we can go. Warren told me no, that the place we're going to eat actually requires pajamas. I have no idea where we're going, but Bridgette wanted to sleep in, so now it's just me and Warren going to breakfast in our pajamas to celebrate Bridgette's negative pregnancy test. Without Bridgette. Nope, not weird at all. Did this restaurant just open? I asked Warren. Is that why I've never heard of it? He told me earlier it was called Fast Break Breakfast, but it doesn't sound familiar. We're not going to a restaurant. I glare at him from the passenger seat just as he pulls into the driveway of a hotel and drives around to the side of the building. Wait here, he says, hopping out of the car. He takes his keys with him. I sit and watch him as he stands next to the side entrance to the hotel. I start to text Ridge to ask him what the hell I've just gotten myself into, but before I can type out the text, a businessman walks out of the side door and doesn't even notice as Warren grabs the door handle and holds the door open. He waves me out of the car, so I get out and follow him inside, shaking my head. It's finally registered why he told me to wear pajamas, because he wants it to look like we're guests here. Are you kidding me, Warren? We're sneaking into a free continental breakfast? He smiles. Oh, it's not just any free breakfast, Sydney. They have Texas-shaped waffles here. I can't believe this is his idea of treating people to breakfast. This is stealing, I whisper, just as we walk into the breakfast area. He reaches for a plate and hands it to me, then grabs his own. Maybe so, but it doesn't count against your track record because I'm the one who brought you here. We make our plates and take a seat at an area by the window that's not visible to the front desk. For the first 10 minutes, Warren talks about school, since I was so intrigued by the idea of him actually sitting in a study group. He's majoring in management, which is something else that intrigues me, baffles me even. I can't imagine him in a position where he's in charge of other people, but I guess he does manage Sons of Cedar pretty well. I don't think I give Warren enough credit. He has a job, he goes to school full-time, he manages a successful local band, and he manages to keep Bridgette somewhat happy. I guess it's just his addiction to porn and his inability to clean up after himself that leads me to assume he's got a lot of growing up to do. When we're finished eating, Warren grabs a tray and piles muffins and juices on it, then brings it back to the table. "For Ridge and Bridgette," he says, covering the muffins with a napkin. "How often do you come here? You seem to be experienced in the art of breakfast theft." "Not very often. I have a few hotels around town that I frequent, but I try to mix it up every now and then. Don't want the desk clerks becoming suspicious." I laugh, sipping the last of my orange juice. "Ridge has never been on board. You know how he is, always trying to do the right thing. Maggie came with me a few times, though. She liked the thrill of possibly getting caught. She's actually why I call it fast break breakfast. We tried to make a break for it once because a clerk walked around writing down room numbers and checking them to last names." I look down when he says Maggie's name, not wanting to hear how good of friends he is with her. Not that I care if Warren and Maggie are friends, I just don't want to hear about it, especially this early in the morning. He notices my reaction because he leans forward and folds his arms over the table. He tilts his head in thought. "Our friendship with her really bothers you, huh?" I shake my head. "Not as much as you probably think. What bothers me is how much Ridge stresses about it." "Yeah, well, imagine how much Maggie stresses about it." I roll my eyes. I know how much Maggie probably stresses about it. But just because she stresses more than I do doesn't mean I'm not allowed to stress. I already told Ridge it's just going to take me a little time to get used to it. Warren laughs under his breath. "Well, hurry up and get used to it, because I already told you once that he'll never leave her." I remember that night very clearly. I don't need Warren to point it out again. It was when Ridge and I were hugging in the hallway. Warren walked inside the apartment and didn't like what he was seeing because Ridge was dating Maggie at the time. Ridge didn't know Warren was in the apartment, but before Warren walked to his room, he made sure I was aware of his thoughts on our predicament. Warren's exact words were, "I'm only going to say this once, and I need you to listen. He will never leave her, Sydney." I lean back in my seat, growing defensive like I always do when Warren talks about Ridge and my relationship. He always seems to take it a step too far, even though I feel like I've been more than accommodating and understanding when it comes to Ridge's friendship with Maggie. "You did say that, I agree, but you were wrong because they did break up." Warren stands up and begins gathering trash from the table. He shrugs. "They broke up, sure, but I didn't tell you they'd never break up. I told you he'd never leave her, and he won't. So maybe instead of trying to convince yourself that you just need time to warm up to the idea of her always being a part of his life, you should remind yourself that you already knew that, long before you agreed to start a relationship with him." I stare at him, dumbfounded, as he walks the trash to the trash can. He comes back to the table and reclaims his seat. I forget what a casual asshole he can be to everyone. I recall his words again, only this time they mean something completely different. "He will never leave her, Sydney." This whole time I thought Warren was saying Ridge would never break up with her, when all along Warren just meant that Maggie would always be a part of Ridge's life. "You know the one thing that could make this entire situation a little easier?" Warren asks. I shake my head, unsure about anything anymore. He looks at me pointedly. "You." "What?" "Me? How could I make it easier? If you haven't noticed, I've worked really hard to try and have the patience of a freaking saint." He nods in agreement. "I'm not talking about your patience," he says, leaning forward. "You have been patient, but what you haven't been is apologetic. There's a girl you seriously wronged who is a huge part of Ridge's life, and even though she claims not to blame you, you probably still owe her an apology. Apologies shouldn't happen because of the response of the person who was wronged. Apologies should happen because of the wrong." He slaps his hands on the table like the conversation is over, and he stands up, grabbing the tray of food he made for Ridge and Bridgette. My stomach turns at the thought of being face-to-face with Maggie after everything that has happened. And even though I don't take any responsibility for all the resentment she and Ridge have been building up toward each other over the years, I do take responsibility for the fact that I was a Tory for a hot minute, and never once reached out to her to apologize. Come on, Warren says, pulling me up and out of my stupor. There are worse things in life than having a boyfriend with a heart the size of an elephant. I'm completely silent on the ride home. Warren doesn't even try to get me to talk. When we get back to Ridge's apartment, Ridge is still asleep. I write him a note and leave it beside him on the bed. Didn't want to wake you because you deserve the sleep. I've got a lot of homework to catch up on today, so maybe I can come over tomorrow night after work. I love you, Sydney. I feel bad lying to him because I'm not going home to do homework. I'm going home to change clothes. This drive to San Antonio is long overdue.
Chapter 18. Maggie. My mother was a dramatic woman. Everything revolved around her, even when it wasn't about her. She was the type of person who, when someone close to her would experience something bad in their lives, she would somehow relate it to her own life so that their tragedy could be her tragedy too. Imagine what having a daughter with cystic fibrosis was like for her. It was her moment to soak up the sympathy, to make everyone feel sorry for her and the way her child turned out. My illness became more of a problem for her than it was for me. But it didn't last long, because she took a temporary position with her company in Paris, France when I was 3. She left me with my grandparents because it was too cold for me there, and it would be too difficult learning to navigate a new country with a sick child in tow. My father was never a part of my life, so that wasn't an option. But my mother always promised me she would one day take me back to Paris to live with her. My grandparents had my mother at a very late age, and my mother had me in her late 30s. It was getting to the point that my grandparents could hardly care for themselves, much less a child. But my mother's temporary position became permanent, and every year when she would come home to visit, she would promise me she'd take me back with her when the time was right. But her Christmas visits would always end on New Year's Day, with her leaving to go back to Paris without me. Maybe she did have intentions of taking me back with her, but after spending 2 weeks with me at my grandparents' every year at Christmas, she would be reminded of what a huge responsibility I would be in her life. I used to think it was because she didn't love me, but I remember the year I turned 9, I figured out that my illness is what she didn't love about me. It wasn't me. I got the idea that if I could just convince her that I could take care of myself and that I didn't need her help, she would take me with her and we could finally be together. In the weeks leading up to Christmas, the year I turned 9, I was extremely cautious. I consumed all the vitamins I could get my hands on so that I wouldn't catch a cold from my classmates. I used my vest twice as much as I was required to. I made sure I got 8 hours of sleep every night. And even though Austin saw its first snow in years that winter, I refused to go outside to experience it because I was afraid I'd catch a cold and end up in the hospital during my mother's visit. When she arrived the week before Christmas, I was very careful never to cough in front of her. I wouldn't take my medications in front of her. I did everything I could to appear like a vibrant, healthy child so that she'd have no choice but to see me as the child she'd always wished I was, and that she would take me back to Paris with her. But that didn't happen because on Christmas morning, I overheard her and my grandmother having an argument. My grandmother was telling my mother that she wanted her to move back to the States. She said she was concerned about what would happen to me when they died of old age. "What will Maggie do when we're gone if you're not around to care for her? You need to come back to the States and develop a better relationship with her." I will never forget the words my mother said to her in response. "You're worried about things that may never happen, Mother. Maggie will more than likely succumb to her illness before either of you succumb to old age." I was so shattered by her response to my grandmother that I ran back to my bedroom and refused to speak to her for the rest of her trip. In fact, that was the last time I ever spoke to her. She cut her trip short and left the day after Christmas. She sort of faded out of my life after that. She called my grandmother to check in every month or so, but she never came back for Christmas because every year I told my grandmother I didn't want to see her. Then, when I was 14, my mother passed away. She was traveling from France to Brussels on a train for a business trip and suffered a massive heart attack. No one on the train even noticed she had died until 3 stations past her stop. When I found out about her death, I went to my bedroom and cried. But I didn't cry because she died. I cried because, as dramatic as she was, she never made a dramatic attempt at winning my forgiveness. I think it's because it was easier for her to live a life without me while I was mad at her than when I was missing her. 2 years after her passing, my grandmother died. That was the hardest thing I've ever endured. I still don't think I've fully absorbed her passing. She loved me more than anyone had ever loved me, so when she died, I felt the absolute loss of that love. And now my grandfather, the last of the people who raised me, has been put on hospice due to recently declined health, coupled with a case of pneumonia he's too weak to fight. My grandfather will pass away any day now, and because of my cystic fibrosis and the nature of his illness, I'm not allowed to see him and tell him goodbye. He'll likely die sometime this week, and just like my grandmother feared, they'll all be gone, and I'll be all alone. I guess my mother was wrong about me succumbing to my illness before them. I'll outlive them all. I know my experience with my mother hinders all my other relationships. It's hard for me to fathom that someone else could love me despite my illness when my own mother wasn't even able to do that. Ridge did, though. He was in it with me for the long haul. But I guess that was the problem. Ridge and I wouldn't have stayed together as long as we did if it weren't for my illness. We were too different. So I guess whatever end of the spectrum people are on, whether they are too selfish to take care of me or too selfless to stop, I'm going to resent them. Because for whatever reason, I seem to have lost a piece of myself to this illness. I wake up thinking about this illness. I spend my day thinking about it. I fall asleep thinking about it. I even have nightmares about it. As much as I claim that I am not my illness, somewhere along the way, it has consumed me. There are days I'm able to break out of this web, but there are more days that I'm not. It's why I never wanted Ridge to move in with me. I can lie to myself and lie to him and say that it's because I wanted to be independent, but in reality, it's because I didn't want him to see the dark side of me, the side that gives up more than it fights, the side that resents more than it appreciates, the side that wants to face all of this with dignity when, really, I can hardly even accept it with disdain. I'm sure everyone who fights to live on a daily basis has moments where they give up every now and again. But these aren't just moments for me. Lately, they've become my norm. I wish I could go back to Tuesday. Tuesday was great. Tuesday, I woke up wanting to conquer the world. And by Tuesday night, I sort of had. But then Wednesday morning happened when I overreacted and made Jake leave. Friday happened when I finally swallowed my pride, but then ended up in the hospital drowning in my own humiliation. Then Friday night happened when I just wanted to forget the ups and downs of the past few days, but our fight was a new low for the week. And if Friday night was my low, Saturday morning was my rock bottom. Or maybe today is. I don't know. I'd say they've been equal. I can't even focus on school. I have 2 months left, and sometimes I think Ridge was right. I've worked so hard on my graduate degree in order to begin work on my doctorate only to feel like I accomplished something. But maybe I should have put all my energy into something more worthwhile, like making friends and building an actual life for myself outside of school and my illness. I've worked at proving myself to no one but myself. In the end, it's left me with nothing but a graduate degree that no one really cares about but me. I wish there was a magic pill that could get me out of this funk. I'm sure if Warren had his way, that magic pill would come in the form of an apology. He texted me this morning to let me know he was sorry for the stunt he pulled when he told Ridge I was upset. But then he scolded me for posting that picture of Ridge in my bed and told me I should apologize. I didn't respond to him because I wasn't in the mood for righteous Warren this morning. I swear, every time there's a wrinkle in a scenario, he pulls out his iron and tries to smooth everything while burning us all in the process. He's like a Sour Patch Kid. Sour and then sweet. Or sweet and then sour. There's no in-between with Warren. He's completely transparent, and sometimes that's not a good thing. But I've never had to wonder what Warren is thinking, nor have I ever worried about hurting his feelings. He's impenetrable, but I think because he's impenetrable, he assumes everyone else is too. As much as I can appreciate him, it's not enough for me to respond to his texts from this morning with anything other than, "Don't want to talk about it yet. Text you tomorrow." I knew if I didn't let him know I was okay, he'd show up at my front door to make sure nothing happened to me, which is precisely why I texted him. But I don't think it worked, because my doorbell is ringing. There's only a small chance that it's Warren, though. My bet is that it's my landlord. Since I informed her a few months ago that I'd be moving back to Austin soon to start my doctorate, she's brought me a loaf of banana bread every Sunday. I think she does it to make sure I'm still living here and that I haven't destroyed the house. But whether it's out of kindness or nosiness, I don't really care. It's damn good banana bread. I open the door and force a smile, but my smile falls flat. It's not banana bread. It's Sydney. I am so confused. I glance behind her and look to see if she's here with Ridge, but Ridge isn't behind her, nor is his car in the driveway. I look at her. "It's just me," she says. Why would Sydney show up at my house alone? I look her up and down, taking in her casual jeans and t-shirt, her flip-flops, her thick blonde hair that's pulled up into a ponytail. I don't know why she's here, but if any other girlfriend showed up at their boyfriend's ex-girlfriend's house, they wouldn't show up looking this casual, even if it were just to borrow a cup of sugar. Women like making other women jealous. They especially like making the women who have slept with the men they're in love with jealous. Most women would show up in their most flattering outfit with sculpted makeup and perfect hair. Seeing Sydney at my front door is jarring enough for me to want to close it in her face. But seeing that her goal has nothing to do with making me envious of her is enough for me to step back and wave her inside. There can only be one reason she's here. "Are you here about the Instagram post?" She must be. She's never been here before. In fact, we haven't spoken since the day I read all the messages between the two of them. Sydney shakes her head as her eyes dart around the living room, taking in my home. She doesn't seem nervous, but she steps inside my house so cautiously that it makes her seem somewhat vulnerable. I wonder if Ridge knows she's here. It's not like him to allow his girlfriend to show up and fight his battles for him. And Sydney doesn't seem like the type who would fight his battles, which can only mean she's here to fight her own battle. "Sorry to just show up like this," she says. "I would have texted you first, but I was worried you would tell me not to come." She's right, but I don't admit that out loud. I watch her for a moment and then turn and walk to my kitchen. "You want something to drink?" I ask, looking back at her. She nods. "Water would be nice." I grab 2 bottles of water out of the refrigerator and motion her over to my dining room table. Something tells me this conversation is going to be more fitting for the table than a couch. We both take a seat across from each other. Sydney sets her phone and her keys beside her and opens the bottle of water. She takes a big swig and then puts the lid back on, hugging the bottle to her as she leans forward on the table. "What are you doing here?" I don't mean for my voice to sound so stiff, but this is all so weird. She licks her lips to moisten them, which makes me think she's nervous. "I'm here to apologize to you," she says matter of fact. I narrow my eyes, trying to make sense of this. I spend the night fighting with her boyfriend, then I post a picture on Instagram in a moment of selfish stupidity, yet she says she's here to apologize to me? There must be a catch. Apologize for what? She blows out a quick breath, but holds eye contact with me. "For kissing Ridge when I knew he was dating you. I never apologized to you. It was shitty of me, and I'm sorry." I shake my head, still confused why she drove all the way here for an apology I'm not even in need of. "I never expected an apology from you, Sydney. You weren't the one in a relationship with me. Ridge was." Sydney's mouth twitches a little, like she's relieved I'm not full of rage, but she knows the situation doesn't call for a smile of relief. She nods instead. "Even still, you didn't deserve what happened to you. I know what it feels like when someone you love betrays you. I once punched a girl in her face for sleeping with my boyfriend, and you didn't even yell at me for falling in love with yours." I appreciate that she recognizes as much. It was hard for me to figure out who to be angry at after reading all the messages, I admit. You both seemed to try so hard to do the right thing. But from what Ridge told me about your last relationship, that experience was a lot different than what happened between you and Ridge. Your friend and boyfriend put your feelings last with their affair, but you and Ridge seem to at least attempt to put my feelings first. Sydney nods. "He cares about you." she says, her voice barely above a whisper. He worries a lot, even still. She takes another sip from her water bottle. Her words fill me with even more regret over what happened between Ridge and me this weekend, because I know he worries, and I feel like it's my fault he still has to worry about me, not only because I don't take care of myself in all the ways he would like, but because I put this on him to begin with. I allowed a relationship to start up with him, knowing if we didn't work out in the end, a part of him would always stay with me because that's just the type of human he is. I'm not in a situation where he can choose to walk away from me completely and feel okay with that choice, which must affect Sydney somehow, knowing she'll never be rid of me until I make that final choice to cut my friendship off from Ridge completely. It's just impossible to cut me out of his life entirely when we'll still have a mutual friend. I lean forward and fold my arms over the table, tugging at my shirt sleeve while I look down at it. "Is that why you're here?" I ask, looking up at her. "To tell me you want me out of the picture?" I expect her to nod now that I've pegged the reason she drove all the way from Austin. She needed to clear her conscience before asking me politely to never speak to Ridge again. But she doesn't nod. She doesn't shake her head. She just stares at me as if she's trying to form an answer that won't offend me. "Ridge will worry about you whether he's an active part of your life or not. I'm here because I want to make sure you're okay. And if you aren't, I want to know what I can do to help you get there. Because if you're okay, Ridge won't worry as much. And then I won't have to worry about Ridge." I don't know what to say to that. I'm not even sure if I should feel offended by it. She's here, not because she's worried about me, but because she's worried about Ridge. Part of me wants to tell her to leave, but part of me is relieved she said that. Because if she pretended to be worried about me, I wouldn't believe her. She's a little like Warren in that respect, transparent to the point that it sometimes stings. Sydney blows out a heavy breath and then says, "I've spent a lot of time trying to put myself in your shoes, telling myself what I would do differently if I were you." She's not looking at me as she speaks. She's fidgeting with the label on her bottle of water, avoiding eye contact with me. I tell myself that I would take better care of my health than you do, or that I wouldn't make irresponsible choices like leaving a hospital before I'm discharged. But those things are easy for me to say because I'm not actually in your shoes. I can't even fathom what you go through, Maggie. I don't know what it's like to have to take multiple medications every day, or to visit the doctor more than I visit my own parents. I don't have to worry about germs every time I step foot out my front door or every time someone touches me. I don't base my entire schedule around treatments I'm forced to give myself in order to simply take a breath. I don't have to base every life decision I make on the chance that I'll likely die sometime in the next decade. And I can't sit here and assume that if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't fault Ridge for caring too much about me, because the only thing that ties him to me is his love. There are no other factors tying him to me, so I can see why you would grow to resent that about him. He tried to protect you, but you just wanted him to ignore your illness so that you could ignore it too. She finally looks up from her water bottle, and I swear there are tears in her eyes. "I know I don't know you very well at all," she says, "but I do know that Ridge would not be as upset as he is if there weren't a million qualities that he sees in you. I'm hoping one of those qualities is your ability to swallow your pride enough to realize that you should apologize to him for making him feel the way he felt after leaving your house Saturday. He deserves at least that much after how hard he's loved you, Maggie." She swipes at a tear. I open my mouth to respond, but nothing comes out. I'm in shock, I think. I wasn't expecting her to be here because she wants me to contact Ridge. "You may think you don't need him, and maybe that's true," she adds. "Maybe you don't. But Ridge needs you. He needs to know that you're taken care of and that you're safe, because if he doesn't at least have that reassurance, his worry and guilt are going to eat at him. And to answer your question from earlier, no, I don't want you out of the picture. This was your picture first, yours and Warren's and Ridge's. But now that I'm a part of it, we all need to figure out how to fit in the frame." I'm still at a loss for words. I take a sip of my water and then slowly screw the cap back on, staring down at it, avoiding Sydney's teary eyes. I'm trying to make sense of everything she just said without taking too much time before I respond. That was a lot, I say. I need a moment. Sydney nods. We sit together in silence for a bit while I process everything, while I process her. I don't understand her. How can one person be this understanding? It would be so easy for her to be in Ridge's ear right now instead of mine, convincing him that I don't appreciate him and all that he's done enough for me. But instead, she's here, more than likely without his knowledge. She's not fighting to erase me from the picture, one I honestly no longer belong in. She's fighting to fit into a picture that already exists, to embrace its inhabitants, to be included. You're a better person than me, I finally say. I can see now why he fell in love with you. Sydney smiles a little. He once fell in love with you too, Maggie. I find it hard to believe he didn't have a million reasons for doing so. I stare at her, wondering if that's actually true. I've always felt like my illness was the reason Ridge fell in love with me. I even said that to him once. My exact words were, "I think my illness is the thing you love the most about me." I said it right here in the living room when we ended things for good. But maybe that wasn't true. Maybe he loved me for me, and in doing so, he really did want the best for me because of me, and not because of his personality. My God, my mother sure fucked me up. I guess that's expected, though. When you have a mother who can't love you, how are you supposed to believe anyone else could? Sydney is right. Ridge deserves a lot more respect than what I've given him. He also deserves the girl sitting across from me right now, because this situation could have taken so many possible roads, but Sydney chose the high one. When a person takes the high road, it encourages those around them to do the same. It might be a tight and awkward fit at first, but I'm glad she's now in our frame.
Chapter 19. Ridge. I'm walking around my apartment on eggshells, afraid to open doors, afraid to eat food out of the refrigerator, afraid to go to sleep. It's Warren's turn to prank me, so I'm expecting it every hour and with everything I eat or drink. But it never comes, which makes me even more paranoid. Maybe not pranking me is the prank. Nah, he's not that clever. I wish I could stay over at Sydney's place tonight just to get rid of this paranoia, but she works at the library until close, so she won't even be home until after midnight. Then she has class at 8 in the morning. I haven't seen her since Saturday, or Sunday, really, but I slept so hard I don't even remember her leaving for breakfast or writing me the note. But it's Tuesday now, and I'm going through Sydney withdrawals. I'm finally caught up on work, though, and I've sent Brennan lyrics to a whole new song. Now I'm Googling new ways to prank Warren because I feel like I need to stay a step ahead of him. But the best Google can come up with are the Post-it note pranks we refuse to stoop to. Everything else we've tried. I'm watching a video compilation on YouTube of roommates pranking each other when I feel my phone vibrate on my bed. Sydney. I'm tired of restocking books. They really should have robots for this by now. Ridge. But then you'd be out of a job. Sydney. Unless I was an engineer, then I could be in charge of the robot. Ridge. Maybe you should switch your major? Sydney. What are you doing right now? Ridge. Googling ways to prank Warren? I'm out of ideas. You got any? Sydney. You should fill a box with 5 kittens and put it in his bedroom. Because buying your friend 1 kitten is kind of sweet, but buying them 5 kittens is terrible. Ridge. I'm not sure that would be funny for me because he'd probably keep all 5 of them and I'd end up having to pay 5 pet deposits. Sydney. Yeah, that was a terrible prank idea. Ridge. I see nothing has changed. I'm still the prank master. Sydney. Says the guy who's experiencing a bad case of pranker's block. Ridge. Touché. Hey, do you get a lunch break tonight? Sydney. Just took it at 6. Ridge. Damn it. I guess I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. You want me to come to your place? Sydney. Yes, please. I want you all to myself for the night. Ridge. Then I am yours. I love you. See you tomorrow. Sydney. Love you. I close out our texts and open up the missed text from Bridgette I just received while I was saying goodbye to Sydney. Bridgette never texts me unless it's to tell me something in the apartment is broken. Not this time, though. Her text simply says, "Someone is at the door," like she's too busy to get up and answer it. She never does answer the door, though. I wonder if that's because she doesn't really feel like this is her apartment. I walk to my closet and grab a t-shirt, pulling it over my head as I make my way to the front door. I look through the peephole while my hand is turning the doorknob, but I stop turning it as soon as I recognize Maggie. She's standing in front of the door, hugging herself as the wind whips her hair around. The next few seconds are a little bizarre for me. I watch her for a moment, wondering what she wants, but not wondering enough to open the door in a hurry. I turn around and face the living room, needing a second to focus on my next move. This is the first time she's shown up at my apartment as something other than my girlfriend. I've never opened the door for her and not immediately kissed her. I've never opened the door for her without pulling her to my bedroom. I have no desire to do either of those things, nor do I feel a loss because it's no longer our routine. I just feel different. I turn and open the door just as she gives up and walks toward the apartment stairs. She glances up at me and pauses her foot over the first step, then slowly turns around and faces me. Her expression is calm. She isn't looking at me like she can't stand me, like she was looking at me this past weekend. She lifts her hand and pushes her hair from her face, waiting for me to invite her in. There's an air of humility about her as she glances down at her feet for a few seconds. When our eyes meet again, I step back and hold the door open. She stares at her feet as she walks into the apartment. I slide my phone out of my pocket as Maggie stands in the middle of the living room. I don't want this becoming anything it isn't, so I text Sydney. Ridge. Maggie just showed up unannounced, not sure what she's here for yet, but I wanted you to know. I slide my phone back into my pocket and look up at Maggie. She motions to the refrigerator and asks if she can grab something to drink. It's odd because she would have never asked before. She would have just grabbed a drink. I nod and say, "Of course." She walks to the refrigerator and opens the door, but she just stares inside blankly for a moment. That's when I realize I don't have any Dr. Pepper for her. I used to keep the refrigerator stocked with Dr. Pepper for whenever she showed up, but it's been months since she's been here. I stopped buying Dr. Pepper after we broke up. It was odd at first, not grabbing the usual 12-pack I used to get every time I went grocery shopping, but I don't even think about it anymore. Now I just make sure I have water and tea. She grabs 2 waters and hands me one of them. "Thank you," I say. She points to the kitchen table and signs, "Do you have a minute?" I nod, but am very aware my phone hasn't buzzed in my pocket. Either Sydney hasn't read my text yet, or she's upset that Maggie showed up here. I'm hoping it's the former. I'm sure it is. Sydney is the most reasonable person I've ever met. Even if it upset her that Maggie showed up here, she would still text me back. We're both at the table now, me at the head of it and her in the chair to my right. She takes her jacket off and then folds her hands together in front of her, resting her elbows on the table. She's staring down at them, inhaling a calming breath. Her eyes swing in my direction when she begins to sign. "I would have come by sooner, but my grandfather died 2 days ago, Sunday night." I immediately blow out a breath and grab her hand. I squeeze it, then pull her in for a hug. I feel like such an asshole right now. I knew he was sick. No matter how things were left between us Saturday morning, I should have checked in with her about her grandfather. He died 2 days ago, and I had no idea. Why wouldn't she at least tell Warren? I pull back to ask her if she's okay, but she answers the question before I'm even able to ask it. "I'm okay," she signs. "You know, it's been expected for a while now. My aunt flew in from Tennessee and helped with the arrangements today. We decided against a service." Her eyes are red and a little puffy, like she's already cried enough about it. "That's not why I'm here, though. I was in Austin and wanted to stop by because..." She pauses to take a drink and to gather herself. It's a big jump going from the death of her grandfather to another subject entirely. She seems a little jarred, so I give her a minute. She wipes her mouth with her sleeve and then looks at me again. "I'm here because I have a lot to say and I'd like the opportunity to get it all out before you interrupt me, okay? You know how hard it is for me to apologize." She's here to apologize? Wow. This isn't what I was expecting, because she's right. It's very hard for her to apologize. It's one of the things that are so different about Maggie and Sydney. It's difficult getting used to. Sydney is quick to forgive and quick to ask for forgiveness, whereas with Maggie, everything needs a period of adjustment. Like right now, she takes an entire minute to adjust to what she's about to say before she actually says it. You told me once that when you wore hearing aids, they were a constant reminder that you couldn't hear, and that when you didn't wear them, you didn't even think about it, she signs. That's how I've always felt about my illness, Ridge. About doctors and hospitals and medications and my vest, it's all a constant reminder that I have this illness. But when I'm able to avoid those things, I don't even think about it, and it's nice being able to have those moments of normalcy sometimes. And being with you in the beginning was part of my cherished moments of normalcy. We had just begun dating and we couldn't get enough of each other. But the longer we were together, you started to notice that I would skip treatments or doctor's visits in favor of being with you. She pauses a moment, like what she's trying to say is taking a huge amount of courage. And it is. So I wait patiently without interrupting like I promised her I would. After a while, you started to worry about me, she says. You took over my schedule to make sure I was on time to every appointment. You texted me several times a day to tell me it was time for my treatments. I even caught you counting my pills once so you could be positive I was taking them like I was supposed to. And I know that every single one of those things was for my benefit because you loved me. But I started lumping you in with all the things I wanted to avoid, like doctor's appointments and breathing treatments. She looks me in the eyes. You became one of the constant reminders that I was living with this illness, and I didn't know how to deal with that. A tear falls out of her eye, and she swipes it away with her sleeve. I know I sometimes didn't show it, but I did appreciate you. I do appreciate you so much. It's just so confusing for me because I also resented you, but my resentment had everything to do with me and nothing at all to do with you. I know that everything you did for me is because you wanted the best for me. I know that you loved me. The things I said to you the other day came from a part of me that I'm not proud of, and... Her lips are quivering, and tears are beginning to fall down her cheeks in pairs. I'm sorry, Ridge. I really am. For everything. I blow out a quick, shaky breath. I need out of this chair. I stand up and walk to the kitchen and grab her a napkin and take it back to her. But I can't sit down. I wasn't expecting this, and I don't even know how to respond to her. Sometimes I don't say the right things to her, and it upsets her. She's already upset enough. I put my hands on the back of my neck and pace the living room a couple of times. I come to a pause when I feel my phone vibrate. I grab it. Sydney. Thanks for letting me know. Be patient with her, Ridge. I'm sure it took a lot of courage for her to show up there. I stare at Sydney's text and shake my head, wondering how in the hell she's more understanding of my own situation than even I am. I honestly don't know why she's majoring in music. Her real talent is psychology. I slide the phone back into my pocket and look over at Maggie, who is still sitting at the table, dabbing at her tearful eyes. This had to be hard for her. Sydney is right. Being here and then saying everything she just said has to be taking a huge amount of courage. I walk back to my seat and I reach across the table and take her hand. I hold it between both of mine. I'm sorry too, I say, squeezing her hand so that she can feel the sincerity in that statement. I should have been more of a boyfriend to you and less of a dictator. My word choice makes her laugh through her tears. She shakes her head. You weren't a dictator, she signs. Maybe more of a mild authoritarian. I laugh with her, which is something I never thought would happen again after leaving her house Saturday morning. Maggie's head swings in the other direction, so I look up to see Bridgette. She's leaving for work, but pauses when she sees Maggie in our living room, sitting next to me at the table. She glances at Maggie for a moment, then at me. Her eyes narrow. Dick? She marches to the front door, and I'm pretty sure she probably slams it when she leaves. I look back at Maggie, and she's staring at the door. What was that all about? I shrug. She's become oddly protective of Sydney now. It's been interesting. Maggie arches a brow. Maybe you should text Sydney and let her know I'm here before Bridgette does? I smile. I already did. Maggie nods knowingly. Of course you did, she signs. She's smiling now, and the tears are no longer invading her eyes. She takes another sip of water and then leans back in her chair. So, is Sydney the one? I don't respond for a moment because it's odd. I don't want Maggie thinking she lacked anything, but it's simply different with Sydney. It's more. It's deeper and better, and I crave it like I've never craved anything. But how do I express that without being insensitive to what Maggie and I had? I nod slowly and sign. She is definitely the last one. Maggie nods, and a sadness enters her eyes. I hate it, but I can't do anything to change it. Things are how they're supposed to be now, even if Maggie might sometimes feel regret for that. I wish life came with a handbook, she says. Seeing what you and Sydney have makes me realize what an idiot I am for pushing away a really great guy. I'm almost positive I ruined that chance for good. I shift in my seat with those words. I don't even know what to say. Did she think coming here would open up an opportunity to get back together with me? If so, I've been treating this entire conversation as something it isn't. Maggie, we're not ever getting back together. Maggie's eyes narrow, and she gives me one of the looks she used to give me when I was being an idiot. I'm not talking about you, Ridge, she laughs. I'm referring to my hot doctor/skydiving instructor. I tilt my head, feeling both relieved and embarrassed. Oh, well, that was awkward. She starts to laugh again. She swings a finger back and forth between us. You thought, when I said great guy, you immediately thought of yourself? She's laughing even harder now. I'm trying not to crack a smile, but I can't help it. I love that she's laughing, and I love even more that she's talking about someone else. This is good. Maggie stands up. Will Warren be here Saturday? I nod and stand as well. Yeah, he should be. Why? I want us all to sit down together and talk. I feel like we need to map out a plan going forward. Yeah, of course. I'd love it if we could do that. Do you mind if Sydney comes? Maggie puts on her jacket. She already has it on her schedule, Maggie says, winking at me. Okay, now I'm confused. You've talked to Sydney? Maggie nods. For some reason, she felt like she owed me an apology, and I owed her one. We had a good chat. Maggie walks toward the door but pauses before opening it. She's very diplomatic. I nod, but I'm still confused about when they had this chat, or why I didn't know about it. Yeah, I say. She is definitely diplomatic. Maggie opens the door. Don't let Bridgette ruin her, she says. See you Saturday. See you Saturday. I hold the door open for her. And Maggie, I'm really sorry about your grandfather. She smiles. Thank you. I watch as she walks down the stairs to her car. Once she pulls away, I don't close my door. I rush to my counter and grab my keys, then slip on my shoes. I drive straight to the library. I spot her in the back corner of the library. She's next to a cart, holding a marker in her hand, crossing things out on a list as she restocks the shelves from her library cart. Her back is to me, so I watch her for an entire minute as she works. The place is mostly empty, so I don't feel like anyone will notice that I'm staring at her. I just can't understand when or how she and Maggie would have had a conversation, or why. I pull out my phone and I text her. Ridge, you and Maggie had a conversation and you didn't tell me? I watch her reaction as she reads the text. She freezes, staring down at the phone, and then she rubs her forehead. She leans against the library shelf and inhales a deep breath. Sydney. Yes, I should have told you. I just wanted the two of you to have the chance to speak before I brought it up, but I drove to her house on Sunday. Not to start drama, I swear. I just had some things I needed to say to her. I'm sorry, Ridge. I look back up at her, and everything about her is on edge now. She's worried, rubbing the back of her neck now, refusing to pull her eyes away from her phone until I text her back. I hold up my phone and snap a picture of her, then text it to her. It takes a moment for the picture to come through on her end, but as soon as it does, she spins around. Our eyes lock. I shake my head, just barely, but not because I'm upset with her in any way, shape, or form. I shake my head in slight disbelief that this woman would take it upon herself to drive to my ex-girlfriend's house because she wanted to make things better between us. I have never felt this amount of appreciation for anyone or anything in my entire life. I begin to walk toward her. She pushes off the bookshelf when I get closer, and she stands, stiff, anticipating my next move. When I reach her, I don't say or sign a single word. I don't have to. She knows exactly what I'm thinking, because with Sydney, all she has to do is be near me for us to communicate. She looks up at me, and I look down at her, and as if we're in perfect sync, she takes 2 steps back, and I take 2 steps forward, so that we're hidden between 2 walls of books. I love you. I don't say or sign those words. I only feel them. But she hears it. I lift my hands and run the backs of my fingers down her cheeks. I try to touch her with the same softness that she uses to touch me. I run my thumbs over her lips, admiring her mouth and every gentle word that comes out of it. I slide my hands down to her neck and press my thumbs against her throat. I can feel her rapid pulse beneath my fingertips. I lower my forehead to hers, and I close my eyes. I just want to feel her heartbeat against my thumbs. I want to feel her breath against my lips. I take a moment and do these things while I silently thank her, our foreheads still pressed together. I wish we weren't in public right now. I would thank her in so many more ways, and without using a single word. I keep my hands on her throat and press myself against her to turn and position her against the bookshelves behind her. When her back meets the books, I keep her face tilted up toward mine while drawing our mouths closer together, barely connecting mine to hers. I can feel her rapid breaths crashing against my lips, so I hold still and swallow a few of them before I slip my tongue inside her mouth and coax even more of those rapid breaths out of her. Her mouth is warmer and more inviting than it's ever been. She brings her hands to my chest, slapping the paper and the marker against my shirt while she steadies herself. The paper falls to the floor. She tilts her head up to mine even more and opens her mouth a little wider, wanting more of our kiss. I curve my right hand around the back of her head as I close my mouth over hers and inhale. I kiss her. I love her. I love her. I kiss her. I kiss her. I am so very in love with her. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to do when I pull away from her mouth. Her hands are clenched in fists around my shirt. Her eyes are still closed when I pull back, so I stare down at her for a moment, convinced that karma might actually know what she's doing after all. Maybe there was a reason so many shitty things had to happen in my life. It wouldn't have been a balanced life if I'd had a beautiful childhood, only to grow up and share a life like the one I know I'm going to share with Sydney. I think my childhood was the balance I needed so that I could have her. She is so good and so perfect. Maybe I was made to suffer first before earning a reward of this magnitude. I slide my hands to hers, which are still clenching my shirt. The paper she was holding has long since fallen to the floor, but the marker is still in her fist. I pry it from her fingers, and she opens her eyes just as I slip my fingers beneath the collar of her shirt. I pull it down, exposing the skin over her heart. I pull the cap off the marker with my teeth, and then press the marker to her chest. I write 4 letters directly over her heart. M-I-N-E. Mine. I put the cap back on the marker, and then I kiss her one last time before I turn and walk away. It's the most we've ever communicated and the least we've ever said.
Chapter 20. Sydney. I'm sitting in the passenger seat of Ridge's car, staring out the window. My right hand is touching my chest, lightly fingering the word he wrote over my heart Tuesday night. Mine. It's faded now because it's been 4 days since he wrote it. But luckily, it was a permanent marker, and I've avoided scrubbing it off in the shower. When he left the library Tuesday night, I immediately had to sit down. He had left me so breathless I almost felt faint. He wasn't even there 5 minutes, and it was the most intense 5 minutes of my life. So much so, I convinced my coworker to stay for the rest of my shift. And then I drove straight to Ridge's apartment to finish what he started. Those 5 intense minutes in the library became 2 intense hours in his bed. Since then, we've spent 3 of the last 4 nights together. He told me all about his conversation with Maggie. I hate that her grandfather passed away just hours after I left her apartment on Sunday. But knowing she was dealing with all of that, yet still made the time to stop by Ridge's and apologize to him, made me appreciate her effort even more. And it really did make a huge difference in Ridge. It's like a heavy weight was lifted after their talk on Tuesday. The last 4 days with him have been the best 4 days I've spent with him since the day we met. In the beginning of getting to know him, every conversation we had was encased by guilt because of Maggie. Then, after his and Maggie's fight last week, every conversation we had was laced with worry because of Maggie. But since Tuesday, every time we're alone, it finally feels like we're actually alone. Somehow merging Maggie more into our lives seems to have removed her even more from our relationship. It shouldn't make sense, but it does. Putting more focus on their friendship than on the fact that she's his ex-girlfriend will be better for our relationship in the long run. Hopefully Bridgette will be able to realize that soon, because right now, she's not happy. Warren and Bridgette are in the back seat. Ridge is driving. Bridgette hasn't said a single word on the way to Maggie's house because she and Warren got into a fight right before we left. She demanded she come with him, but he told her he didn't want her there because she doesn't know how to be nice to Maggie. That pissed her off. They went to their room and fought while Ridge and I sat on the couch and waited. Actually, we sat on the couch and made out, so we didn't really care how long their fight lasted. But it still hasn't ended because we're pulling into Maggie's driveway and the only words Bridgette has spoken between Austin and this driveway are, "I have to pee." She says it as she gets out of the car and slams her door. Bridgette isn't the most reasonable person, but I'm growing to really like her and even understand her. She wears her emotions on her sleeve. But she has a lot of emotions, so it's more like she wears her emotions on several long-sleeved shirts layered on top of each other. No one has to knock on the door because Maggie opens it as we're walking up the driveway. Warren walks in first and gives her a hug. Bridgette passes right by her, but Ridge gives her a quick hug. I do too, simply because I'd rather start this off with a good sentiment. "Smells good," Ridge signs as he tosses his keys on the counter. "Lasagna," Maggie says. "I'm reading this book where the characters make lasagna any time they need to talk through something. Thought it was fitting for tonight." Maggie looks at me as she walks into her kitchen. "Do you like to read, Sydney?" "Love to read," I say, taking off my cardigan. I set it over the back of one of the chairs. I just don't have a lot of time, which is sad considering I work in a library. Bridgette walks to the bathroom and Warren tosses himself dramatically on the couch, face down into a throw pillow. "Kill me now," he mutters. "Trouble in paradise?" Maggie says. Warren lifts his head and looks at her. "Paradise? When have Bridgette and I ever lived in paradise?" "Trouble in Sheol?" Maggie corrects. Warren sits up on the couch. "I don't even know what that means." "It's another word for hell." "Oh," Warren says. "You know not to use big words around me." "It's only 5 letters long." I'm watching them converse, my attention going back and forth between them. I finally focus on Ridge, who is standing in front of me now. "You thirsty?" he asks. I nod. He walks to the kitchen and opens a cabinet, then begins making us both something to drink. It's odd, watching him move his way around the kitchen like it's his kitchen. It makes me realize that in a way it used to be. There's no telling how much time he spent here at her house. I guess this is one of those fairly awkward moments I'm going to have to get used to. Ridge brings me a glass of water, and then he takes a seat on the couch next to Warren. I walk into the kitchen. "You need any help?" I ask Maggie. She shakes her head and opens the refrigerator, placing a salad inside. "No, thanks. Everything is finished except the lasagna." She looks at Ridge and Warren. "You guys ready to sit at the table and do this before we eat?" Warren slaps his jeans. "Ready," he says, hopping up. The 4 of us make our way to the kitchen table just as Bridgette walks out of the bathroom. Maggie is at the head of the table. I'm sitting next to Ridge, and Warren is seated next to an empty chair, but Bridgette chooses to claim the chair at the opposite head of the table, so that there's an empty seat between Warren and her. He shakes his head, ignoring her. Maggie opens up a folder and then sits up straight and signs everything she begins to speak. I like watching her sign. I don't know why, but I find it a little easier to follow her than Ridge or Warren. Maybe because her hands are more delicate, but it seems like she signs a little slower and, if this even makes sense, with more enunciation. She looks at all of us. "Thank you for agreeing to this." She directs her attention to me. "And thank you," she says without being specific. I nod, but really it's Warren she should be thanking. He's the one who gave me the kick in the rear I needed to finally make a forward move with Maggie. I've made a couple of decisions that I want to talk about first because they affect the next year of my life, and subsequently yours. She nods her head toward her hallway. We all look at the hallway, and for the first time I notice moving boxes. My internship is over, and so is my thesis, so I've decided to move back to Austin. My landlord informed me on Wednesday that she was able to rent the house to someone else, so I have to be out by the end of the month. I take her pause as an opportunity to interrupt with a question. Isn't your doctor here in San Antonio? Maggie shakes her head. She has a satellite office here one day a week, but she's based out of Austin, so it'll actually be easier for me. Have you found an apartment yet? Warren asks. The end of the month is just a few days away. Maggie nods again. I have, but it won't be ready until April 5th. The tenants just moved out, and they have to carpet and repaint. Is it the same complex as last time? Warren asks. Maggie's eyes flicker from Warren to Ridge. There's something unspoken there, even though she's shaking her head, giving them an answer. They didn't have anything available. This one is in North Austin. Warren leans forward and gives her a look that I don't understand. Ridge sighs heavily. I feel lost. What? I ask. What's wrong with North Austin? Maggie looks at me. It's pretty far from you guys. Ridge and I, back when I had my apartment in Austin, we both chose complexes that were close to the hospital and my doctor. It made things easier. Have you checked our complex? Warren asks. I know there are units available. Bridgette makes a noise of protest. She clears her throat and then plops her purse down on the table. She pulls out a nail file, leans back in her chair, and starts filing her fingernails. I look back at Maggie, and she's looking at me. She shakes her head and says, No, but North Austin should be fine. I've been here in San Antonio for a year now, and everything has been fine. I wouldn't say fine, Warren says. You know what I mean, Warren. I haven't had an emergency to the point that I would have died without you guys here. I think I'll be fine if I'm only on the other side of town. Ridge shakes his head. You would have died in my bathroom if Sydney hadn't found you. Just because you've been lucky doesn't mean it's been a smart move. Agreed, Warren says. You live north of San Antonio, we live in South Austin. It takes 45 minutes from our driveway to yours. But if you move to North Austin with traffic, it'll take more than an hour to get to you. You might be moving to the same city, but it'll take us even more time to get to you. Maggie sighs. She looks down and lowers her voice a little. I can't afford anything else right now. The only apartments near the hospital with any availability are too expensive for me. Why don't you get a job? Bridgette asks. We all turn our attention toward Bridgette. I don't think anyone was expecting anything to come out of her mouth. She's holding the nail file against her thumbnail, staring at Maggie. It's hard to hold a job when you're in the hospital on a regular basis, Maggie says. I had to apply for disability 3 years ago just to be able to pay my rent. She's being a little defensive, but I get it. Bridgette doesn't seem to sugarcoat her questions around Maggie at all, or anyone for that matter. Bridgette shrugs and goes back to filing her nails. Like I asked earlier, have you even checked availability in our complex? Warren asks. Again, Maggie's attention is on me when this is brought up. I glance at Ridge and he looks at me. We read each other without saying a word. I nod, even though it seems absurd if I give it too much thought. But for whatever reason, it doesn't feel absurd. Having her in the same complex as Ridge and Warren would make things easier on all of them. And I truly don't believe Ridge or Maggie want to go down a road they've already traveled, so I surprisingly don't feel at all threatened by the thought of it. Maybe I'm being naive, but I have to go with my gut. And my gut is telling me that she needs to be closer to them rather than farther away. I don't mind if you live in the same complex as Ridge if that's what's stopping you, I say. My ex-boyfriend moved into the complex with my ex-best friend after I moved in with Ridge and Warren last year. We can see right into their living room from Ridge's balcony. Believe me, nothing can feel weirder than that. Maggie smiles appreciatively at me and then looks toward Bridgette across the table. Ridge puts his arm on the back of my chair and then leans over, quickly kissing the side of my head. I love his silent thank yous. Bridgette looks up directly at Maggie. She doesn't look happy. She turns her attention toward Warren and leans forward. Shit, Warren, why don't you just move her into one of the spare bedrooms? We can be one big happy family. Warren rolls his eyes. Bridgette, stop. No, think about it. I moved in and you started sleeping with me. Sydney moved in and Ridge started messing around with her. It's only fair that Maggie gets a turn. I close my eyes and drop my head, shaking it. Why did Bridgette have to go there? I glance at Maggie and she's shooting daggers at Bridgette. I think you forget that I've already been with them both, Bridgette. I actually don't need a turn, but thank you for being considerate. Oh, fuck off, Bridgette says. And this just went from bad to worse. I don't even think Ridge knows what just happened. As soon as that sentence comes out of Bridgette's mouth, Maggie calmly scoots her chair back and stands up. She walks to her bedroom and closes the door. They both just took this way, way too far. My head is in my hands now, and all I can say is, Bridgette, why? Bridgette looks at me like I've betrayed her. She waves a hand toward Maggie's bedroom. How can you be okay with this? She's ungrateful and always has been, and now she's moving herself into our complex and twisted it to make it look like your idea. For a second, I entertain her thoughts, but only for a second. After 2 seconds, I stand up and make my way to Maggie's bedroom. I honestly think Bridgette has her pegged wrong. I don't see Ridge loving someone who is that ungrateful and manipulative. I just don't. I push open Maggie's bedroom door, and she's sitting cross-legged on her bed, wiping away a tear. I sit down on the bed next to her. Maggie lifts her head, looking at me with eyes full of guilt. I'm sorry, that was tacky. But Bridgette is wrong. I'm not trying to take over either of your lives, she whispers. I can tell by her voice that she's on the verge of more tears. If it were up to me, I'd be so far out from under their thumbs, it would take hours for them to drive to me. But I'm trying to be more cooperative, Sydney. I'm trying to be more respectful of their time. That I believe. I think Maggie would much rather live in a place where she could get away with being lax. I believe you, and I agree, I say. We're here because Warren and Ridge are going to be your primary caregivers when you're sick. I think we need to leave Bridgette's feelings out of it, and mine, and honestly, even yours. This is about how we can make things easier on Warren and Ridge, and you living in the same complex as them will definitely make things easier on them. Maggie nods. I know, but I don't want to cause trouble between Warren and Bridgette. I think it should ultimately be yours and Bridgette's decision, but I don't think she'll ever agree to it. I honestly don't blame her. She's right. It should be something we all agree to. I turn my head toward the door and yell, Bridgette! I hear a chair scoot across the floor, followed by dramatic stomps heading in the direction of Maggie's bedroom. Bridgette finally opens the door, but she leans against the doorframe and folds her arms across her chest. I pat the bed. Come here, Bridgette. I'm fine right here. I look at her like I would look at an ornery child. Get your ass over here right now. Bridgette stomps to the bed and throws herself across the foot of it. She's being just as dramatic as Warren was being when he threw himself on Maggie's couch earlier. Their intense similarities make me want to laugh. Bridgette stares at me and avoids eye contact with Maggie. I lean back against the headboard and tilt my head as I look at her. What are you feeling, Bridgette? She rolls her eyes and lifts up onto her elbow. Well, Dr. Blake, she says sarcastically, I feel like the ex-girlfriend of both of our boyfriends is about to move into the same apartment complex as us, and I don't like it. You think I do? Maggie says. Bridgette looks at her. There is absolutely no love between the two of them. At all. How long have you two known each other? I ask. She moved in with Ridge and Warren a few months before you did. Maggie says, talking about her like she's not on the same bed. And I tried being nice to her at first, but you know how that goes. I think the three of us just need to get drunk together, I suggest. It worked for Bridgette and me. Maybe it could work for Bridgette and Maggie. Maggie looks at me like I've lost my mind. That sounds like an absolute nightmare. Bridgette nods in agreement. Alcohol can't erase years of history between her and Warren. Maggie laughs, addressing Bridgette directly now. Do you really think there's a chance in hell I would ever be romantically interested in Warren again? That's absurd. Bridgette rolls onto her back and looks up at the ceiling. I'm not worried about you falling for him. I'm worried about him falling for you. You're really pretty and Warren is shallow. Maggie and I both look at each other. Then we both start laughing. I shake my head, completely taken aback by Bridgette's insecurity. Do you not realize what a knockout you are? Warren could be as shallow as a desert and he'd still be head over heels for you. I don't really want to compliment you because you're mean to me, Maggie says to Bridgette. But Sydney is right. Have you seen your ass? It looks like two Pringles hugging. What the hell does that even mean? Maggie's comment makes Bridgette laugh even though she tries to hide it. You work at Hooters, for Christ's sake, Maggie adds. If I showed up at Hooters, they'd turn me away thinking I was a 12-year-old boy. Bridgette turns her head toward Maggie. Go on, she says, urging us to continue with the compliments. I roll my eyes and stretch my legs out, playfully kicking her in the thigh. Warren loves you. Get over your weird insecurities. You're lucky you have a man who has a heart big enough to want to care for one of his best friends. Maggie nods. It's true. He's a good guy. A really shallow, somewhat conceited, extremely perverted good guy. Bridgette groans and then sits up on the bed. She looks at me and then she looks at Maggie. She doesn't say it's okay for Maggie to move into the same complex, but she also isn't protesting anymore, so I'll take this as a victory. She stands up and walks toward the door, but pauses in front of Maggie's floor-length mirror. She turns around and looks at herself over her shoulder, cupping her butt with both hands. You really think it looks like two Pringles hugging? Maggie reaches behind her and grabs a pillow, then throws it at Bridgette. Bridgette pats her own ass and then leaves the bedroom. Maggie falls onto her bed and groans into her mattress, then sits back up and looks at me, her head tilted to the side. Thank you. I've never known how to deal with her. She terrifies me. I nod. Me too. Bridgette and I may get along now, but I'm still scared to death of her wrath. Maggie slides off the bed and walks back toward the living room. I follow her. Once we're all seated back at the table, she pulls her notebook in front of her. I look at Ridge and he smiles at me. I love you, he mouths. He says it all the time to me, so I don't know why it makes me blush this time. They have 2 available units, Warren says, sliding his phone toward Maggie. 1 up, 1 down. The one downstairs is at the other end of the complex, but I think you should be downstairs. Maggie looks at his phone. It says it isn't available until the 3rd. I can call in the morning and reserve it, then just get a hotel for a few days between apartments. That's just a waste of money, Bridgette says. It's only a few days. Just stay in my old bedroom, or Brennan's. They're both empty. She's filing her nails again, but the words that just came out of her mouth are monumental. It's the closest she could come to an apology without actually saying to Maggie, I was rude, I'm sorry. Ridge looks at me and squeezes my hand under the table, then texts me, Ridge, I'll stay at your place while she's at ours, if it's okay. I nod. I would probably have made him even if he hadn't suggested it. I don't even know that I could disagree with her staying there for a few days at this point, because everything going on with the people at this table has long since passed the definition of normal. Warren once said to me, welcome to the weirdest place you'll ever live. I get it now. I don't even live with them anymore, but that apartment and the rotating door attached to it defy every boundary ever put into place. Warren scoots his chair back and stands up, then claims the empty chair next to Bridgette. He reaches over and grabs her nail file, then tosses it into the living room. He pulls her chair closer to his and he kisses her, and Bridgette actually lets him for a good 5 seconds. It's both adorable and highly uncomfortable. Maggie rolls her eyes and then pushes her folder in front of Ridge. I've made a list of compromises. There are things I still want to do that I'm going to need you to be okay with. And in return, I promise I'm going to take better care of myself. But you can't be bossy with me until you've given me a little time to adjust. I'm a hot mess, and it's going to take some time to improve that part of my personality. Ridge looks over the list for a moment, but looks up at her and signs something I don't recognize. Maggie nods. Yes, I'm going bungee jumping, and you can't tell me no. We're compromising? Ridge sighs and then pushes the list back in front of Maggie. Fine, but you're joining a support group. Maggie laughs, but Ridge doesn't. That's not a compromise, Maggie says. That's torture. Ridge shrugs. We're compromising, he says. If you hate it, you can stop. But I think it'll be good for you. I don't think any of us truly knows what you're going through, and I think it'll be good for you to talk with people who do. Maggie groans and drops her head on the table, hitting it 3 times against the wood. She scoots back from her chair and looks at me. You're going with me, she says, walking toward the kitchen. To your support group? I ask, confused. I don't know why I'm suddenly being tortured in this compromise. Nope, Maggie says. Not to support group. CF support groups are only online. You're going bungee jumping with me. Bungee jumping. My boyfriend's ex-girlfriend wants me to jump off a bridge. Kind of ironic when you think about it. I look over at Ridge and grin. I've always wanted to bungee jump. He just shakes his head and smiles back at me like he was just defeated. I've always wondered something, Bridgette says, looking across the room at Maggie. Warren is in the living room retrieving Bridgette's nail file. Why don't you just get a lung transplant? Won't that cure the disease? I've wondered that too, but haven't brought it up to Ridge yet. It's not that easy, Warren says, handing Bridgette the nail file. Cystic fibrosis doesn't just affect the lungs, so new lungs won't cure someone of the disease completely. Also, I'm not in that predicament yet, Maggie says. In order to get new lungs, you have to have a really grim prognosis, but without being too sick to receive a lung transplant. Luckily, I'm too healthy to be a candidate right now. It's a tricky position to be in. New lungs would be nice, but I don't really want to be in the position to be a candidate, because it means my health would have to decline first. And a transplant could prolong someone's life by a few years, but it could also cut it short, way short. Not something I'm hoping for anytime soon, to be honest. New advancements happen every day, though, Warren adds, which is why we're really only discussing the near future tonight, not a long-term plan. If we try to plan too far ahead, it might discourage other possibilities. Maggie doesn't want to hinder our lives, and we don't want to hinder hers. So right now, the best scenario is to just tackle things a few months at a time with the tools we have to tackle them. Ridge nods, but then responds to Warren. Sometimes I feel like your brain is on a power reserve. It's off most of the time, but the few times you do turn it on, it's at high power. Warren smiles at him. Why, thank you, Ridge. Maggie laughs. I'm not sure that was a compliment, Warren. Sure it was, Warren says. I think it was both an insult and a compliment, which makes me laugh. We spend the next half hour eating the lasagna Maggie prepared and working out more compromises. Bridgette doesn't say much, but she's also not rude at all, which is a huge improvement from when we walked through the front door. After we tell Maggie goodnight, Ridge grabs my hand and leads me to the back seat of the car. He forces Warren to drive home since he drove here, which is fine with me because I really want to share the back seat with Ridge on the ride home. He reaches across the seat and slides his fingers through mine as we're pulling out of Maggie's driveway. He pulls out his phone and texts me one-handed. Ridge, you're like the Bridgette whisperer. I don't know how you do it. Sydney, she's not that bad. I think she's always so defensive because no one has ever really made any effort to break through that defensiveness. Ridge, exactly. It says something that you made the effort. Sydney, so did Warren. Ridge, only because he wanted to sleep with her. I don't think he ever expected to fall in love with her. That was a surprise to everyone, especially him. Sydney, you have unique friends. I like them. Ridge, they're your friends now, too. He squeezes my hand after I read his text. Then he reaches over and unbuckles my seatbelt, pulling me closer to him. Once I'm in the middle of the back seat, he refastens the middle seatbelt around me, pulling me against him. Better, he says, wrapping his arm around me. His thumb is grazing my shoulder, but his hand eventually makes its way down, just far enough so that he can trace the faded letters he wrote over my heart. He presses his mouth against my ear. Mine, he says quietly. I smile and place my hand over his heart. Mine, I whisper. Ridge presses his mouth to mine, and I smile through the whole kiss. I can't help it. When he pulls back, he leans against the door, pulling me even closer. I lift my legs onto the seat and curl them under me as I snuggle against him. This feels right. Finally, it used to feel so wrong. But nothing about us feels wrong anymore. I owe a lot of that to Maggie's willingness to forgive and move forward, and even accept me into her life after everything that happened. So much has changed in the past year. The day I turned 22, I thought it was going to be the worst year of my life. But little did I know, a boy on a balcony with his guitar would change all of that. Now I'm here in his arms, unable and unwilling to wipe the smile off my face, because his heart is mine. Mine.
Chapter 21. Ridge. It's really hard to tell Warren everything he's doing wrong when my hands are full with the mattress we're carrying upstairs and his headphones on. I'd really hate to see him try to maneuver a boat or back up a trailer if he can't even walk forward up the damn stairs while pushing a mattress. I also don't understand why we're even moving Maggie's mattress upstairs. Her apartment will be ready in 4 days, and there's a couch, plus Brennan's bed is empty. But I'm not arguing, because if she's going to be in my apartment, I'd rather her be in the farthest bedroom from mine just so this will feel less awkward. even though I'll be staying the night at Sydney's this week. Warren stops 3 steps from the top to take a break. He leans his arm on the railing and pulls his headphones off. This is the only thing we're moving, right? Everything else stays in the U-Haul? I nod and sign for him to pick up the mattress again. He rolls his eyes and readjusts his grip, pushing it toward me. Maggie's new apartment is on the other side of the complex, close to Sydney's old apartment, actually. Maggie has tried to back out several times and find somewhere else to stay because she's worried it'll be too much living so close. But this will honestly be better for everyone. She gets sick so often, and for the past year I've had to spend a huge chunk of my nights in San Antonio. Even if she's only a few miles away, her being in another complex would require me or Warren to stay overnights when she's sick because she gets so weak she can't even get out of bed. With her being in the same complex, it'll make everything easier. I won't have to spend uncomfortable nights in the same apartment as her, but she'll be close enough that Warren or I can run over there and check on her every hour. I honestly think that's why Sydney was so agreeable to it. She's seen Maggie during the sicker times, and Sydney knows when Maggie's down for the count. Even a glass of water is impossible for her to get on her own. Not to mention her medications, making sure she's doing her breathing treatments while she's weak and recovering from an illness, ensuring her sugar levels are good every few hours. If she weren't in the same complex, her care would require a car to get to her, and leaving her alone wouldn't be possible. But being in the same complex, it actually requires less of my time and less of my presence, and in the end will make Maggie feel more independent, which is what she wants. We're leaving everything else in the U-Haul because one of Warren's co-workers also works part-time for the company who is renting it to us. They're allowing us to keep it for the week for just $19 a day, so it'll remain full of Maggie's stuff and parked in the parking lot until she moves into her place. Maggie is still down at the U-Haul gathering what she'll need to get her through the next 4 days. Sydney went to pick Bridgette up from work. Warren and I finally get the mattress into the bedroom and plop it flat on the floor. Warren is breathing heavily with his hands on his hips. He looks over at me. Why aren't you out of breath? We went up a flight of stairs once, and I work out. No, you don't. Yes, I do, in my room every day. He glares at me like my admitting that I work out daily is some type of betrayal. He stares back down at the mattress. Is this weird? I look down at Maggie's mattress, finally inside the same apartment as me. I used to hate that she would never agree to move in with me, and now she kind of is for a few days, and not a single part of me wants it to happen the way that I used to. That's weird for me. For all these years, I assumed Maggie and I would end up living in this apartment together, and that we'd eventually be married. I never imagined my life taking the turn it did, but now I couldn't imagine it any differently. So, yes, to answer Warren's question, it is weird. So I nod. But it's only weird because it all seems to be working out. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Whether that's Maggie's or Bridgette's or Warren's shoe, I don't know. But I highly doubt it'll be Sydney's. She's handled this better than anyone, and she has the most reasons not to. What if Sydney and Bridgette lived together and they decided to move some dude in that they had both dated in the past? Do you think we'd be cool with it? I shrug. Guess it depends on the situation. No, it doesn't, Warren signs. You'd be pissed. You'd hate it. You'd act like a whiny little bitch, just like I would, and then we'd all break up. I don't want to think I'd be like that. More reason to let them know how much we appreciate them. Warren kicks at a leaf on Maggie's mattress and then bends to pick it up. I let Bridgette know how much I appreciate her all night last night. He grins, and I take that as my cue to head back down to the U-Haul. On my way down the stairs, I receive a text. I look at my phone and pause on the steps when I see that it's from Sydney. It's a group text with Warren and me. Sydney. At the DQ drive-thru down the road, anyone want a blizzard? Warren. Does a one-legged dog swim in a circle? I'll take a Reese's. Ridge. M&M, please. I look down at the U-Haul in the parking lot and watch Maggie walk up the ramp and disappear inside of it. This is one of the weird moments we're going to have to learn to navigate. I need to remind Sydney that Maggie is here and she might want one, but it feels weird to remind Sydney to include her. It's probably not as weird as anything else that's happened in the last 2 weeks of us dating, and part of me struggles with what to say to Maggie and whether I should even offer her ice cream, knowing she isn't supposed to have a lot of sugar. But I don't want to be the one to bring up her health right now. I'm trying to keep my distance with the hope that she's stepping up and taking control on her own. Right in the middle of my internal struggle, Maggie sends a text through to the group. Maggie, I'll take a large Diet Dr. Pepper. Thanks. I didn't even realize Sydney included her in the group text, but of course she did. Every time any of this starts to feel awkward, Sydney somehow alleviates that awkwardness before it's even able to fully set in. I walk to the U-Haul and Maggie is all the way inside of it, digging in her top dresser drawer. She's throwing stuff on top of the dresser in search of something. She finds the shirt that she's looking for and stuffs it in a bag. She looks up and sees me standing at the opening of the U-Haul. Can you grab this suitcase and bring it up? I nod and she signs, Thank you, then walks out of the U-Haul and heads toward the stairs to the apartment. I walk over to the dresser to grab the suitcase from on top of it, but I pause when I see a sheet of paper on the floor of the U-Haul. I bend to pick it up. I don't want to be invasive, so I set it on top of the dresser, but it's unfolded, and I can see that it's a list. At the top it says, Things I Want to Do, but the title next to it is scratched out and written over. I pick it up even though I probably shouldn't. There are 3 out of the 9 things on the list scratched out. Skydive, drive a race car, and have a one-night stand. I know she went skydiving, but when did she race a car? And when did she have a... Never mind, not my business. I read the rest of the items on the list, remembering how she used to talk about some of these things to me. I always hated that she had so many things she was so adamant about doing because I always felt like I had to be the voice of reason and it would put her in a bad mood. I lean against the dresser, staring down at it. We planned on a trip to Europe once. It was right after I finished my second year in college about 4 years ago. I was terrified for her to go because even being in such closed quarters on an international flight for 10 hours was enough to put her health at risk. Not to mention the change in oxygen levels and atmosphere and being in a touristy area and in a country with hospitals that aren't familiar with her medical history. I tried so hard to talk her out of it, but she got her way because I honestly couldn't blame her for wanting to see the world. And I didn't want to be that one thing that was holding her back. But in the end, it wasn't me who held her back from actually going. It was a lung infection she contracted that landed her in the hospital for 17 days. It was the sickest I'd ever seen her, and the entire time she was in the hospital, I couldn't help but feel nothing but relief that she hadn't come down with the illness in Europe. After that, I wouldn't even entertain the idea of an international trip. Maybe I should have. I realize that now, after knowing how much she resented my caution. And honestly, I don't blame her. Her life is not my life, and even though my only goal was to give her life more length, all she's ever wanted is a life with more substance. I can see movement out of the corner of my eye, so I turn and look up, just as Sydney makes her way up the ramp to the U-Haul with 2 blizzards in her hands. She's wearing one of my Sounds of Cedar t-shirts, and it's hanging off her shoulder because it's too big for her. If I had my way, she'd wear one of my shirts every day for the rest of our lives. I love this effortless look on her. She smiles and hands me one of the blizzards. She pulls the spoon out of hers and licks ice cream from it, then closes her mouth over the spoon. I grin. I think I like yours better, and I don't even know what flavor you got. She smiles and stands on her tiptoes, kissing me briefly on the lips. Oreo, she says. She pokes at her ice cream with her spoon and nods her head toward the sheet of paper I'm still holding. What's that? I look down at the list, wondering if it's my place to even share something like this with her since it isn't mine. Maggie's bucket list. It was on the floor. I set it down on the dresser and grabbed the suitcase. Thank you for the ice cream. I kiss her on the cheek and make my way out of the U-Haul. When I turn around to see if she's following me, she isn't. She's picking up the sheet of paper.
Chapter 22. Sydney. When I was 8 years old, we went on a road trip to California. My father stopped at Carlsbad Caverns National Park just in time for the bat flight. I was scared to death and hated every second of it. When I was 11, we spent 2 weeks on a train tour of Europe. We saw the Eiffel Tower, we went to Rome, we visited London. I have the picture of my mother and me on my refrigerator that my father took of us in front of Big Ben. I've been to Vegas once with Tori. We went for my 21st birthday and stayed one night because we couldn't afford more than that, and Hunter was upset that I was gone on my birthday. I've done several things that are on Maggie's bucket list, and while I didn't take the trips for granted, I certainly don't think I appreciated them enough. I've never thought about writing a bucket list or what would even be on it if I did. I don't plan that far ahead. That's just the thing, though, neither does Maggie. But far ahead for her and far ahead for me have two completely different meanings. I set my blizzard on top of the dresser and stare at number 7 on the list, bungee jump. I've never been bungee jumping. I can't say that it would have been a bucket list item for me. But the fact that it's a bucket list item for Maggie and she asked me to join her gives the entire sentiment a whole new meaning. I fold the list and grab my ice cream, then make my way out of the U-Haul and up to Ridge's apartment. Ridge is in the kitchen with Warren. They're leaning against the counter, finishing their ice cream. Bridgette is probably taking a shower because she smelled like chicken wings. I walk to Maggie's bedroom and she's kneeling in front of her suitcase, rifling through it. She looks up to see me standing in the doorway. Can I come in? She nods, so I walk in and sit on her mattress. I set my cup on the floor next to the mattress and pick up her list. Found this, I say, holding it up for her to see. She's just a few feet away, so she reaches over and grabs it, then glances down at it. She makes a face like it's as useless as trash and then tosses it on the bed. I was a big dreamer. She gives her full attention back to her suitcase. This might make you think less of me, I say. But I've been to Paris, and I probably shouldn't admit this, but the Eiffel Tower looks just like a really big transmission tower. It's kind of underwhelming. Maggie laughs. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't admit that to anyone else. She folds the top of her suitcase shut and then moves to the bed, lying down on her stomach. She grabs the list and pulls it in front of her. I crossed off 3 of these in one day. I remember the day she went skydiving because it wasn't that long ago, which means the one-night stand wasn't that long ago either. I'm curious about it, but I'm not sure we're at a point where I want to ask about her sex life. Most of the other ones I wrote down are a little far-fetched. I get sick too easily and too often to travel internationally. I look at the Vegas one. Why would you want to lose $5,000 instead of win $5,000? She rolls onto her back and looks up at me. If I had $5,000 to lose, it means I'd be rich. Being rich is an inadvertent item on my bucket list. I laugh. Do you plan on doing anything else on the list other than bungee jump? She shakes her head. It's really hard for me to travel. I've tried it a couple of times and never made it very far. I have too much medical equipment, too many medications to worry about. It's really not all that fun for me, but I didn't realize it when I wrote the list. I hate that for her. I almost want to alter a couple of these just so she can mark more of them out. How far are you able to travel without it being an inconvenience? She shrugs. Day trips are cool, and I could probably go somewhere for a couple of nights, but there's nowhere around here I haven't already been. Why? One sec. I stand up and walk to the living room and grab a pen and spiral notebook off the table. I walk it back to Maggie's room, feeling Ridge and Warren watching me the whole time. I turn around and smile at them before walking back to Maggie's bed. I place her bucket list on the spiral notebook. I think with a little modification, these are all doable. Maggie lifts up onto her elbow, curious as to what I'm doing. What kind of modification? I scroll down the list. I stop on Carlsbad Caverns. What interests you about Carlsbad, the bats or the caves? The caves, she says. I've seen the bat flights here in Austin a dozen times. Okay, I say, drawing an open parenthesis next to Carlsbad Caverns on the list. You could go to the Inner Space Cavern in Georgetown. Probably not nearly as cool as Carlsbad, but it's definitely a cave. Maggie stares at the list for a moment. I'm not sure if she thinks I'm crossing a line by writing on her bucket list. I almost hand her back the list and apologize, but she leans over and points at the Eiffel Tower. There's a mock Eiffel Tower in Paris, Texas. I smile when she says that because it means we're on the same page. I write Eiffel Tower in Paris, Texas next to number 9. I scroll the list again with the pen and then pause at number 3. See the Northern Lights. Have you ever heard of the Marfa Lights in West Texas? Maggie shakes her head. Doubt it's even remotely the same, but I've heard you can camp out there and watch them. Interesting, Maggie says. Write it down. I write Marfa Lights in parentheses next to Northern Lights. She points to number 4. Eat spaghetti in Italy. Isn't there a town somewhere in Texas called Italy? Yeah, but it's really small. Not even sure they have an Italian restaurant, but it's close to Corsicana, so you could get spaghetti to go and take it to a park in Italy. Maggie laughs. That sounds really pathetic, but definitely doable. What else? I ask, scrolling the list. She's already apparently driven a race car and had a one-night stand, which we've successfully avoided discussing. The only thing left that we haven't modified is Vegas. I point to it with the pen. There are casinos right outside of Paris, Texas. Technically, you could just go there after visiting the fake Eiffel Tower, and maybe you should... I scratch out 2 of the zeros. Only lose $50 instead of $5,000. There are casinos in Oklahoma, she asks. Huge ones. Maggie pulls the list from me and looks it over. She smiles while she reads it, then pulls the notebook and pen from my hands. She places the list on top of the notebook. At the top of the list it reads, "Things I want to do, maybe one of these days." Maggie scratches out part of the title so that the list reads, "Things I want to do, maybe, now."
Chapter 23. Maggie. I was scolded today. It's the first time I've seen my doctor since she walked out of my hospital room, right before I bailed. The first half of my appointment today was spent apologizing to her and promising to take things more seriously from now on. The second half of my appointment was spent with different specialists. When you have cystic fibrosis, your team comes to you in one central location, as it's not safe to sit in the different waiting rooms for each specialist. It's one of the things I love about my doctor that I didn't get the full benefits of while living in San Antonio. I really do feel like my health will be easier to maintain now that I'm back in Austin. I just have to quit letting my frustration over this illness win out over my will, which is hard because I'm very easily frustrated. I've been gone most of the day, but when I pull back up to the apartment, I'm surprised to see Ridge's car here. He's been staying at Sydney's the majority of the week. Today is Friday, and I was supposed to move tomorrow, but it's been pushed back to Sunday. I'm sure Ridge will be happy to have his own bed again. Or not. I doubt he's all that upset about spending so much time at Sydney's. When I open the living room door, they're both on the couch. Ridge is holding a book in front of him, his feet propped up on the coffee table. Sydney is leaning against him, looking at the words on the pages as he reads aloud. Ridge is reading out loud. I stare at them for a moment. He struggles with a word, and Sydney makes him look at her as she sounds it out for him. She's helping him pronounce the words out loud. It's such an intimate moment. I want to be anywhere else when I close the door and gain Sydney's attention. She looks up and then sits up straight, putting a little distance between herself and Ridge. I notice. So does he, because he stops reading and follows Sydney's gaze until he sees me. "Hey." I smile and set my purse on the bar. "Hi," Sydney says. "How was the appointment?" I shrug. Overall, it was good, but I spent most of it being scolded. I grab a water out of the refrigerator and then head toward the bedroom I'm staying in. I deserved it, though. I walk to my room and close the door. I fall down onto the bed because it's the only thing in here. There isn't even a dresser or a TV or a chair. Just me and a bed and a living room I feel slightly uncomfortable in. Not because Ridge is in there with Sydney. I honestly don't mind seeing them together. The only thing that bothers me about it is that seeing them together reminds me of Jake, and I feel a sting of jealousy that it's not me and Jake cuddled together on a couch somewhere. I feel like Ridge and Sydney fit together in a way that's similar to how Jake and I fit together, or could have fit together. It's interesting to me, looking back, just how wrong Ridge and I were for each other. And it isn't at all because anything is necessarily wrong with us as individuals. We just didn't bring out the best sides of each other. Not like Sydney does with him. I mean, he's sitting on a couch reading to her, and he's doing it because it's his way of perfecting his speaking voice. That's not a side of him I ever brought out, or even encouraged. We've had conversations in the past about why he doesn't verbalize, but he always just shrugged it off and said he didn't like doing it. I never asked for a deeper explanation than that. I remember the day I was in the hospital and found all the messages between him and Sydney. I didn't read them all in that moment because I honestly didn't want to. I was hurt and a little blindsided. But once I made it home, I read every word, more than once. And the conversation that hurt me the most was when Ridge explained to Sydney where the band Sounds of Cedar got its name. The reason it hurt so much is because I realized in all the years we'd been dating, I never once asked Ridge where the band name came from. And because of that, I'd never known exactly how much he'd done for Brennan when they were younger. There was a lot I read that I once wished I'd never read between the two of them. Between all the iMessages and Facebook messages, I sat there for hours reading. But reading all of it also made something very clear to me. There was so much more to Ridge than I was aware of. There were things he shared with Sydney over a short period of knowing her that he never once shared with me over a 6-year stretch. And that wasn't because Ridge was hiding anything from me about himself or his past or lying in any way. There were just things about both of us we never dug deep enough to figure out. It occurred to me that maybe we didn't share those things because they were sacred to us. And you only share the really sacred stuff with the people who reach you on that deep of a level. I didn't reach Ridge on the level that Sydney did, and Ridge didn't reach me. I ultimately decided to end our relationship because of their connection, not because they had formed it, but because Ridge and I never had. People are supposed to bring out the best in each other. I didn't bring out the best in Ridge. He didn't bring out the best in me. But seeing Sydney on the couch with him just now, helping him, she brings out the best in him. I noticed how she pulled away from him a little when she realized I was in the room with them. It bothers me that she felt she needed to do that. I want her to know that their physical affection is not something they should feel obligated to hide on my account. I actually, in a weird way, like seeing how much they like each other. It gives me even more reassurance that I made the right choice by not allowing Ridge to use my illness as a reason to stay with me. I stand up and make my way back to the living room. The only thing that's going to alleviate the awkwardness when we're all in a room together is to force us to be in a room together even more. Hiding in my bedroom isn't going to get us anywhere. Sadly, Ridge is no longer on the couch with Sydney when I walk back into the living room. She's in the kitchen, rummaging through a cabinet. Ridge is no longer in the room. I walk to the bar and take a seat, watching Sydney. "What are you guys doing tomorrow?" I ask her. She spins around and her hand is over her heart. "You scared me." She laughs and closes the cabinet. "I think we all plan to help you move tomorrow, so the day is open now that you aren't moving till Sunday." "What do you mean, we all? Is Warren off tomorrow too?" She nods. "Bridgette too, although I don't think she was actually going to help with the move." I laugh. I would have been shocked if she did. "True. Why are you asking?" Sydney says. "Do you have something in mind?" I shrug. "Nothing specific. I just thought, I don't know, maybe it would be good for all of us if we spent more time together. Now that, well," Sydney nods like she's been thinking the same thing. "Now that the dynamics have changed and it's hella awkward?" "Yep, that." Sydney laughs and then leans forward on the counter in thought. "Maybe we could do the cave thing in Georgetown." I was thinking more along the lines of lunch, I admit. I don't expect you guys to spend your entire Saturday with me. The caves sound really fun, though. I tilt my head, watching her for a sign that she's just saying that to be polite. Sometimes she seems too nice and too accommodating, to the point that it makes me suspicious. But I also get nothing but an authentic vibe from her. Maybe some people just don't stoop to the same levels of jealousy that others do. As if Sydney can sense the suspicion in my expression, she continues speaking. "Remember the night of Warren's birthday party?" I nod. "You mean the night I thought your bra was cute and stupidly wanted Ridge to see it?" Sydney cringes a little. "That's the night," she confirms. She looks down at her hands, clasped together on the counter in front of her. "I had a lot of fun with you that night, Maggie. I really did. At the time, I thought there was a chance we'd end up becoming friends, and it excited me because I really needed a friend after what Tori did to me. But then I kind of ruined that opportunity when I broke girl code and kissed your boyfriend." She looks up at me. I've always hated that I ruined what I really do think could have been a good friendship between us. And now, months later, here we are again, and for whatever reason, you're extending an olive branch. So yes, lunch tomorrow sounds good, but I also really want to see the caves. So if you can find it in yourself to extend an entire olive tree, then I think it'll be fun. She looks nervous as she waits for my answer. I don't make her wait long because I don't want her to feel nervous, or awkward, or guilty, or anything else this girl doesn't deserve to feel. I smile at her. "You didn't ruin anything by breaking girl code, Sydney." My words make her smile. "Bet you don't bring guys around me ever again, though, and I would completely understand." "I'm done with guys," I say with a laugh, especially after what I did to the last one. Sydney's eyebrow rises in curiosity, and I suddenly realize I spoke more than I should have. I don't want to talk about Jake, but based on the look she's giving me right now, she wants details. Is this your one-night stand? I nod. I was honestly surprised she didn't ask me about it when she was modifying my bucket list the other day. Yeah, his name is Jake. I freaked him out. Why? He cooked me breakfast. Sydney shoots me a look of mock horror. Oh, how dare him, she says. I laugh at her sarcasm and then cover my face with my hands. I know, Sydney. And I tried to rectify it a couple of days later, but then ended up in the hospital and found out he has a kid, and I don't know, it just felt stupid of me to try and pursue him at that point. Why? Because you hate kids? No, not at all. I was in my hospital room and I could hear him outside talking to his son on the phone, and it all just felt so real in that moment. Like, not only would this guy, who is really awesome and smart and funny, be entering my life, but so would his kid, who sounded like a great kid, and I got scared. Of what? I sigh. That's a good question, because even I'm confused as to why I kept pushing him away. I think my fears flipped on me somewhere along the way. I told myself that I didn't want to break his heart or become his burden, but in all honesty, I'm more scared that he'll break mine. It hit me when I realized how much I liked him, that maybe most people aren't as committed as Ridge, and aren't willing to put up with what a relationship with me would entail. I became terrified that he would end up being the one to walk away, so I did it first. Maybe I didn't want things with him to end badly. I don't know. I question my choice every single day. Sydney regards me silently for a moment. If you had the chance, knowing yours and Ridge's relationship came to an end, would you take back the 6 years you spent with him? I don't even need a second to answer her. I shake my head. No, of course not. Sydney lifts her shoulder in a knowing shrug. If things ended badly between you and this Jake guy, I doubt you would take back the time you spent with him either. We shouldn't revolve our lives around their possible endings. We should revolve our lives around the experiences that lead to the endings. It's quiet for a while. Her words stick with me, cling to me, absorb into my skin. She's right, and while it's been my goal to try to live life without focusing on the ending, that's exactly what I keep reverting to, especially when it comes to Jake. I don't know why I've been telling myself that I can't do both, experience my life to the fullest and allow myself to experience another relationship. It's not like I can only have one and not the other. Maybe you should give him another chance, Sydney suggests. I let my head fall back with a sigh. This poor guy, I say. I'm going to give him whiplash with as much as I've gone back and forth with him. Sydney laughs. Well, make sure you only go forth with him from now on, and not back. I take a deep breath and then stand up. Okay, I'm going to call him. Sydney smiles, and I try to ignore my nerves as I walk back to my bedroom. I pull out my phone and open up my contacts. My hand begins to shake as I select his number. I lean against my bedroom door and close my eyes after I press his contact and put the phone on speaker. It rings twice and then is immediately pushed through to voicemail. He just pushed me through to voicemail. It's a crushing blow, but one I probably deserve. I wait for his voice.
Hi, you've reached Dr. Jacob Griffin. Please leave a detailed message and I'll return your call as soon as I'm available.
I wait for the beep, and then I stutter my way through. Hey, Jake, it's Maggie. Carson. Call me if you can, or if you want, rather. If not, I understand. Yeah. Okay. Bye. As soon as I hang up, I groan and then fall onto my mattress. I can't believe he pushed me through to voicemail. But then again, I can. And now the only thing he has that could change his mind is a nervous, embarrassing voicemail he's probably listening to right now. I wallow in self-pity for a few moments, but then I push myself off the bed and walk to the living room. Sydney is still at the bar, but Ridge is now back in the room. He's showing her something on his phone, but Sydney gives her attention to me as soon as I walk out of my bedroom. I wave off her curiosity. He pushed me through to voicemail. She makes a face. Oh, maybe he's busy. I shake my head and fall down onto the sofa, staring up at the ceiling. Or maybe he realizes what a psycho I am for kicking him out of my house before he even finished cooking the bacon. Yeah, that could be a possibility as well, Sydney says. I throw my arm over my face and try to come up with all the reasons why Jake isn't worthy of this much regret. I come up with nothing. He is absolutely worthy of my regret. It's been 2 hours. I've showered, put on my pajamas, and have looked at my phone 5,000 times. Ridge left to go pick up dinner for everyone. Bridgette and Warren are here now and are actually sitting on the couch with me. Warren is in the middle and Bridgette is on the other side of Warren. I'm playing Toy Blast on my phone, but not because I'm interested in the game. I'm just obsessed with staring at my phone screen now. Waiting, hoping.
Lesbian libidos?
Warren asks. Not even close, Bridgette says. I glance over at him, wondering why the hell he keeps spouting off weird titles that sound like porn. He's scrolling through a list on his phone.
Babes in Bali?
Bridgette actually laughs at that one. If I got to go to Bali to film a porn, I wouldn't be working at Hooters. Warren turns to her.
Wait,
he says.
How long have you worked at Hooters? Is it a Hooters-related porn?
Okay, now I'm staring at both of them. What in the hell are they talking about? Sydney is at the kitchen table doing homework. Apparently she senses my confusion because she offers up an explanation. Bridgette kissed a girl in a porn film, and she refuses to tell Warren the name of it so that he can watch it. It's become his life mission. Wow. That explains so much, I say. Warren looks at me.
How many porn movies do you think are filmed every year?
I shrug. I wouldn't even know how to make a guess.
A fucking lot. That's how many.
I nod and then give my complete focus back to Toy Blast. I don't even want to think about how much porn Warren feels forced to watch. There's a quick knock at the front door before it swings open. Brennan walks in and I immediately jump up, excited to see him. I don't think I've seen him since Warren's birthday party.
Maggie?
He immediately wraps his arms around me and hugs me, then puts his hands on my shoulders, holding me at arm's length.
What are you doing here?
I wave my hand toward Bridgette's old bedroom. I'm staying a few days until my apartment is ready. He shakes his head.
Apartment? Where? Here?
His confusion is genuine. It surprises me Ridge hasn't mentioned it to him. He glances over at the table and sees Sydney. He releases my shoulders and takes a step back, eyeing me. Then he looks around the room.
Where's Ridge?
He went to grab dinner, Warren says.
Tacos. Nom nom.
I walk back to the couch to reclaim my seat and immediately check my phone for missed calls, even though the ringer is on. Nothing. I look back up at Brennan, who is scratching his head in confusion. He's literally scratching his head. It makes me laugh.
You're moving into the same complex as Ridge?
He asks. Then he looks at Sydney.
And you're okay with that?
He looks back at me.
What is happening?
I look at Sydney, and she's fighting a smile. Welcome to maturity, Brennan, Sydney says.
Breasts of burden?
Warren asks Bridgette. We all look at him. He shrugs innocently.
Hey, I'm not the mature one. Don't look at me.
Ridge walks through the door with tacos, and Brennan immediately forgets about the odd arrangement that just threw him for a loop, and Warren is off the couch with a one-track mind that has nothing to do with porn movies. Tacos can alleviate pretty much any issue. I'm convinced of that now. I'm making my plate when my phone starts to ring. Oh my God, I whisper. Sydney is standing next to me. Oh my God, she says. I rush to the living room. Jake's name is flashing across the screen. I look at Sydney, wide-eyed. It's him. Answer it, she yells. I look down at the phone. Who is it? Bridgette asks. A guy Maggie likes. She didn't think he'd call back. I look at Bridgette, and she's looking at me expectantly now. Well, answer it, she says, waving at my phone, annoyed with me. Maggie, answer it, Sydney says. I love how she sounds just as nervous as I am. I swallow my nerves, clear my throat, and then slide my finger across the screen. I walk toward the bedroom, slip inside, and close the door. Hello? It doesn't matter that I cleared my throat before I said that. My voice still shakes with my nerves.
Hi.
I let my head fall back against the bedroom door when I hear his voice. I feel it in every part of me.
Sorry I put you through to voicemail earlier,
he says.
I was in a meeting. Forgot to silence my phone.
His admission makes me smile. At least it wasn't because he was annoyed that I called. It's okay, I say. How have you been? He sighs.
Good. I'm good. You?
Also good. I moved to Austin a few days ago, so I've been busy.
You moved?
He asked, not expecting that response from me.
That's unfortunate.
I walk over to my bed and sit down. Not really. I have a rule against dating anyone in the same zip code, so it's a good thing. Keeps things from becoming overwhelming. He laughs.
Maggie, I'm too busy to be overwhelming, even if we lived on the same street.
I don't think you can help but be a little overwhelming, Jake. We've had sex. You're hardly underwhelming. I expect him to laugh, but he doesn't. His voice is quiet when he says,
I'm glad you called.
Me too. I lie back on my bed, pressing a hand to my stomach. I haven't been this nervous talking to a guy ever. I don't know how to process all the things his voice does to my stomach, so I just press my hand against it as if that will somehow calm the storm brewing inside me.
I can't talk long,
he says.
I'm still at work, but I want to say something before I go.
I blow out a quiet breath, preparing for the impact of his rejection. Okay, I whisper. He sighs heavily.
I feel like you don't know what you want. You agree to go out with me, but you tell me on our date you don't want to see me for a second time. But then we have an entire night of incredible sex. Then you kick me out the next morning before I'm even finished cooking breakfast. A few days later, you show up at my office, then you shoot me down the same day at the hospital. Now you're leaving me a voicemail. I'm not asking for anything other than a little consistency, even if that consistency is agreeing to never speak again. I need consistency.
I close my eyes, nodding to myself. He's right. He's so right, I'm surprised he even called me back. I can respect that. And I can give you that. He doesn't say anything for a moment. I like the quiet. It's almost as if I can feel him more in the quiet. Almost half a minute goes by without either of us saying a word.
I've wanted to call you every day.
Those words make me frown more than smile because I know exactly what he's been feeling, and I don't feel good for making him feel that way. I've wanted to apologize to you every day, I admit.
You don't need to apologize for anything,
he says.
You're a woman who was certain you didn't want a relationship with anyone, but then you met me and we had such a great night together that your feelings confused you. I like that I was the guy who put a wrinkle in your plan.
I laugh. You have a really unique way of looking at my extreme indecisiveness. I like it.
I figured you would. Listen, I have to go,
he says.
Want me to call you tonight?
Actually, are you busy tomorrow?
I have a lecture at the hospital I have to attend tomorrow, from 8 to 10, but I'm free after that.
You're free the whole day?
The whole day,
he says. I don't know that I've ever asked a guy on a date before. This might be a first. I'm going with some friends to Georgetown tomorrow, to Interspace Cavern. You can come if you want, or we could just do something after if you think going to look at caves with people you've never met before is a little weird.
Won't be weird if you're there. I can be in Austin by noon at the latest.
I'm smiling like an idiot. Okay, I'll text you the address.
Okay,
he says. I can almost hear the smile in his voice, too.
See you tomorrow, 500.
I stare at the phone after he ends the call, fingering my smile. How does he film me so full of feels even over the phone? They all look at me as I get to the living room, and Sydney pauses mid-chew. After I grab 2 tacos out of the sack in the kitchen, I say, we might have to take 2 cars tomorrow so we'll all fit. It's all I say, but when I look over at Sydney, she's smiling. So is Bridgette, but her smile is a little more sinister. This should be fun. A shiny new toy for Warren to break in. I look at Warren, then back at Bridgette. Jake is going to spend the day with these 2 tomorrow. The entire day. What was I thinking?
Chapter 24. Ridge. It's been a good week, finally. I've stayed at Sydney's the last few nights, and honestly, I don't want to leave. I love sleeping next to her. I love waking up next to her. I love doing absolutely nothing with her. But I also know that this is a very new relationship that already seems to be moving at warp speed, so the last thing we need to do is live together. Tomorrow night will be the last night I stay here before going back to my own apartment. I'm bummed because I'd much rather be here with Sid than in an apartment with Warren and Bridgette, but that's what's going to happen because I'm not speeding this relationship up even faster. Once we move in together, we'll live together forever. I want to wait until Sydney has experienced life on her own before making that kind of commitment. I finish brushing my teeth and then head to the living room. Sydney is on the couch with her computer in her lap. She sees me walk into the room, and she makes room for me on the couch next to her. Like a fluid dance, I sit and she moves, and then we're effortlessly situated in what's become our standard positions on the couch this week. Me in a half-seated, half-lying pose against the arm of the couch while she lays with her back against my chest and my arm wrapped around her. We can't communicate this way very well since we aren't facing each other, so we usually chat on Messenger. Her with her laptop, me using my phone. It feels natural, though. And I like it in the evenings when we spend time together like this because she wears headphones and listens to music on her laptop while we chat. I like it when she listens to music. I like watching her feet sway with the music. I like feeling her voice against my chest when she sings along to some of the lyrics. She's singing right now as she scrolls through iTunes on her computer. She has the newest Sounds of Cedar album pulled up. They released it as an indie album a couple of weeks after Sydney moved in with us. So none of the stuff she helped me write is on the album she's browsing. The songs I wrote with Sydney haven't officially been released yet. That's not to say none of the songs on the album she's browsing were inspired by her. She just doesn't know that. I watch as she opens her Messenger app and types me a message. Sydney. Can I ask you a question? Ridge. Didn't I tell you once to never propose a question by asking if you can propose a question? Sydney. I just called you a dickhead out loud. I laugh. Sydney. The song called Blind. Did you write that about Maggie? I look away from my phone and down at her. She tilts her head and looks back at me, her eyes full of genuine curiosity. I nod and look back down at my phone, not really wanting to discuss the songs I wrote about Maggie. Ridge. Yes. Sydney. Did it make her mad? Ridge. I don't think so. Why? Sydney. The lyrics, specifically the part you wrote that says, 100 reasons for the pain and only one on my mind. When did looking out for you make me go blind? Sydney. I just feel like if she listened to that, she would have understood what you meant by it, and it might have hurt her feelings. Sometimes I think Sydney understands my lyrics better than I do. Ridge. If Maggie took those lyrics literally, she never made it seem that way. I write very honestly, you know that. But I don't think Maggie knows that. She didn't think everything I wrote was really how I felt, even though it is, in some form or another. Sydney. Is that going to be an issue going forward with us? Because I'll be dissecting every single word of every lyric, just so you know. I laugh at her comment. Ridge. That's the beauty of lyrics. They can be interpreted many different ways. I could write a song and you might not even know it was inspired by you. She shakes her head. Sydney. I would know. I smile, because she's wrong. Ridge. Play the third song on that album called For a Little While. Sydney presses play on the song and then sends me a message. Sydney. I know this song by heart. Ridge. And you think you know what it's about? Sydney. Yes. It's about you wanting to escape for a little while with Maggie. Like maybe it's a song about her illness and how you wish you could get her away from it all. Ridge. You're wrong. This song was inspired by you. She pauses and then tilts her head, looking up at me. She looks confused, and rightfully so. This song was released shortly after she moved in with me, which probably made her think none of these songs were related to her in any way. Her fingers start tapping at her keyboard as she writes a response. Sydney. How is this song about me? You would have had to have written it before I even moved in with you. They were already cutting this album when I moved in. Ridge. Technically, the song isn't about you. It was just inspired by you. The song is more about me and how sometimes being outside on that balcony playing music for the girl across the courtyard was my escape. It was the little bit of time I got every day where I didn't feel so stressed or worried. I didn't know you, you didn't know me, but we were both helping each other escape our worlds for a little while, every night. That's what the song is about. Sydney immediately stops the song and restarts it from the beginning. She pulls up the lyrics on Google and reads along as the song plays. For a little while. I don't know what you want, but you do. If you told me, I would make it true. Oh, for a little while. Oh, for a little while. Something changes when the sunlight shines. Shadows fall out of my worried mind. Things go right, and then I feel just fine. You and me will be just one tonight. Oh, for a little while. Oh, for a little while. You know, for a little while. Oh, for a little while. For a little while I feel okay. For a little while I float away. For a little while I can stay. For a little while I'm on my way. For a little while I'll be all right. For a little while I'll be outside. For a little while I'll be okay. I'll be okay. For a little while. For a little while. For a little while. When the song ends, she closes out the lyrics and lifts a hand to her eyes, presumably to wipe away a tear. I stroke her hair with my fingers while she types. Sydney, why have you never told me this song is about us? I inhale a breath and release it, pulling my hand from her hair so I can respond to her. Ridge, it's the first song that was inspired by you while I was still with Maggie. It was innocent between us because we had never even spoken at the time, but the sentiment still made me feel guilty. This song was my truth, and I think I tried to hide it, even from myself. Sydney, I can understand that. In a way, the song kind of makes me sad for you, like you were living a life you needed a break from. Ridge, almost everyone needs a break from their real life every now and then. I was content with my life before I met you. You know that. Sydney, are you still content with your life? Ridge, no. I was content before I met you, but now I'm deliriously happy with my life. I lean forward and press a kiss into Sydney's hair. She leans back and gives me access to her lips, but from an upside-down angle. I kiss her, and she laughs against my mouth before lifting her head and returning her attention back to her keyboard. Sydney, my father used to say a life of mediocrity is a waste of a life. I used to hate that he would say that because he only said it to prove a point to me about how he didn't think I should become a music teacher, but I think I get it now. I'll be content with becoming a music teacher, but he wanted me to be passionate about my career. I always thought that was enough, to just be content, but now I'm scared it's not. Ridge, are you thinking about changing your major? Sydney nods, but she doesn't type her response. Ridge, to what? Sydney, I've been thinking lately about going into psychology or counseling of some form. I'm just so far into my degree that I would practically have to start over. Ridge, people's passions change. It happens. I think if you really see yourself in a different line of work other than being a music teacher, it's better it happens now than 10 years into the future. And for what it's worth, I think you would be an amazing psychologist. You're good with music, no doubt, but you're incredible with people. You could even combine the two majors and do music therapy. Sydney, thank you, but I don't know. Starting over just seems so daunting, especially because I'll need to get my master's degree, which means I'll be struggling financially for another 5 years, which will become your issue too if we ever move in together. I won't have much money to contribute to the bills. It's just a lot to think about. If I stick with my current major, I'll be done in less than a year. Ridge, we don't need much to get by. I think it's more important that you do what your heart is telling you to do. As long as you're doing what you really want to do, I'll do whatever I need in order to help you see it through to the end. Whether that's next year with a teaching degree or 10 years and a doctorate from now. Sydney, I'm adding that to my Things Ridge Says folder, in case I have to revert back to it in the future. Because if I change majors, I'm going to be really broke. So broke, I won't even be able to buy new clothes. I'll be wearing this same shirt 5 years from now. Ridge. Even if your clothes are faded, they'll always look new on you. I feel her laugh. Sydney. Oh, that's a good line. You should put that line in a song. Ridge. I will. I promise. She slides her laptop off her lap and flips over, climbing up me. She kisses me. Do you want some ice cream? I want dessert. I shake my head. I'll just take a bite of yours. She kisses me again and then stands and walks to the kitchen. I readjust myself on the couch and open up a text to Warren. Ridge. What time are we leaving tomorrow? Warren. I don't know. Let me open up a group text and ask Maggie. Warren. Maggot, what time are we leaving for the caves tomorrow? Maggie. Call me that again and I'll use all the hot water tonight. I don't know. It'll be after lunch. Jake can't be here until noon. Ridge. Are we doing lunch on the way or should we eat before? Maggie. Let's eat on the way. I'll feel bad if he gets here and he hasn't eaten. Warren. Okay, lunch. Be hungry. Got it. Ridge, you and Sid meeting us here or do we need to pick you up? Ridge. We can meet you guys there. Maggie. Can I ask a favor? And this is mostly of Warren. Warren. I'm going to be nice to him. Stop worrying, Maggie. Maggie. I know you'll be nice. I don't worry about that. I worry about you being completely inappropriate. Warren. Oh, well, yeah, you should definitely worry about that. I laugh and set my phone down because Sydney is walking back to the couch with a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth, and I don't want to think about anything else right now. As if she can see my thoughts, she grins a little, pulling the spoon out of her mouth. You want a bite? I nod. She doesn't sit next to me on the couch to share it with me. She straddles me, holding the bowl of ice cream between us as she adjusts her legs on either side of me. She scoops a small spoon of the ice cream and gives me a bite. I swallow it, and then she dips her head and kisses me. Her mouth tastes like vanilla. Her tongue is cold as it slides against mine. I pull her closer, but the bowl of ice cream between us is hindering me. I grab the bowl and set it aside on the table next to her, and then pull her to me. I kiss her as I slowly lower her to the couch. She's about to melt, just like her bowl of ice cream.
Chapter 25. Maggie. Last night, I dreamt Jake showed up with a date. A tall redhead with a French accent and black Louboutin heels. Who goes to explore caves in high heels? Or, better yet, who shows up for a date with a date? I was covered in sweat when I woke up, but I'm not sure if it was because Jake showed up in my dream with a date or because Warren and Bridgette shared one body with two heads. Both aspects of my dream were equally disturbing. I don't know if it's my dream that has me so shaken, or if it's the fact that I've yet to have a conversation with Jake about the dynamics of our group, but I'm standing at the bathroom sink, trying to brush my teeth, and my hand is visibly shaking. I want to be able to talk to Jake before he meets everyone, but he'll be here in half an hour, and I can't very well call him minutes before he arrives and say, "Oh, by the way, you're about to hang out with my ex-boyfriend today." Both my ex-boyfriends, actually. It'll be fun. I should have canceled. I almost did when I woke up after the nightmare I had last night. I had an excuse all typed out in a text to him about why I needed to cancel, but I was too scared to send it. He'd see right through it. I've been unreliable one too many times with him, and pushing him away again would probably be the last contact he'd have with me. Besides, in our conversation last night, he said he wants consistency. I don't want our consistency to be me pushing him away. I want it to be me following through with him. I just have to get him alone somehow before he meets Warren or Ridge. He deserves to know what he's getting into before he walks into this apartment. If I could get him from the front door to my bedroom without meeting anyone, it would give us a few minutes alone to reacquaint ourselves without standing in the danger zone that is the communal living room of this apartment. That's what I'll do. I'll somehow drag him to my room before introductions. As soon as I finish brushing my teeth, I dry my mouth with a hand towel and stare at my reflection. Other than the absolute fear in my eyes, I look like I usually do. I return my toothbrush to my toiletry bag just as Bridgette swings open the bathroom door that leads to their room. She pauses when she sees me. I pause when I see her. It's always been awkward between us, but we've never had to share a bathroom before, so the fact that she's in her barely there underwear takes awkward to a whole new level. For me, anyway. She doesn't seem to be bothered that I'm seeing her nearly nude because she walks straight to the toilet and pulls her panties down to pee. She's just as uninhibited as Warren. "So," Bridgette says, unrolling toilet paper into her hand, "does this guy realize what he's getting into?" "What do you mean?" She waves her hand in a circle. "You know, this whole group he's about to spend the day with. Does he know the history?" I close my eyes for a second, breathing in steadily. "Not yet," I say, exhaling. Bridgette does something she rarely does. She grins. No, she smiles. A huge, excited smile that reveals all her perfect white teeth. She should smile more often. She has a great smile, although it's appearing at an odd moment. "Why do you look so happy?" I ask with caution. "It's just been so long since I've been this excited about something." I look away from her without responding and glance back at my own reflection. I look pale. I can't tell if it's because I'm nervous or if my blood sugar levels are off. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between low blood sugar, high blood sugar, or the onset of a panic attack. I leave the bathroom and walk to the kitchen. My purse is on the counter, so I dig through it until I find my glucose monitor kit. I lean against the counter while I check my blood sugar. As soon as I insert the test strip into the monitor, the front door begins to open. Ridge and Sydney walk into the apartment, hand in hand. Sydney greets me, and Ridge nods, then signs to Sydney that he's going to shower. On his way to his bedroom, though, he does a double take when he sees the testing kit in my hands. His forehead naturally creases with worry. "I'm fine," I sign. "Just wanted to check it before we leave to be safe." Relief floods his expression.
"How long before we leave?"
I shrug. "No rush. Jake isn't even here yet." He nods and heads to his bedroom. Sydney sets her purse on the bar next to mine and opens a cabinet, grabbing a bag of tortilla chips. My glucose levels are in the normal range. I sigh, relieved, then put the kit back in my purse. I grab my phone and open up my texts with Jake. We had a quick conversation this morning. I sent him the address to our apartment, and half an hour later he responded with a text that said, "Conference over, on my way." That was almost an hour ago, which means he'll be knocking on the door any minute now. "You okay?" Sydney asks. I look up from my phone. She's leaning against the counter, staring at me with concern as she munches on chips. "You look a little nervous," she adds. "Is it that obvious?" "I do?" She nods softly, as if she's trying not to offend me with her observation. I wasn't even this nervous when I woke up this morning from my nightmare, but as the hours progress, so does my regret. I wring my hands together as I glance toward Ridge's and Warren's bedroom doors to make sure they're closed. I look back at Sydney once I'm positive she's the only one in my vicinity. I've picked up my phone to cancel at least 3 times this morning, but I was never able to hit send on the texts. I just know there's no way he could possibly enjoy today. I don't even know why I invited him. I was so flustered when he called back yesterday that I didn't think any of this through. Sydney tilts her head and smiles at me reassuringly. "It'll be fine, Maggie. He obviously likes you, or he wouldn't have agreed to drive all the way here and spend time with people he doesn't even know." "That's the problem," I say. "He does like me, but he likes a version of me that's confident and independent and has one-night stands. He hasn't hung out with the insecure version of me who was living on a mattress on the floor of the spare bedroom of my ex-boyfriend's apartment." Sydney dismisses my comment with a flippant wave of her hand. "For one more day. You're moving out tomorrow, and you'll be independent and in your own place again." I shrug. Even still, it doesn't change the fact that I've been an emotional toddler for most of the past couple of weeks. I let my head fall back and I groan. I've been so hot and cold with him. He probably only agreed to today because he's hoping I'll impress him enough so that he can forget about all the times I was unimpressive. Sydney sets down the bag of chips. She rolls her eyes and walks up to me, placing her hands on my shoulders. She backs me up against a bar stool, keeping her hands on my shoulders as she forces me to sit. "Do you know what I did for the first 2 weeks of living here?" I shake my head. I cried every day. I cried because my life was shit, and I cried because I got fired from the library for having an emotional breakdown and throwing books at the wall. And sure, I got better for a while, but a few months later, when I moved out and got my own place, I cried every day for weeks again. I raise an eyebrow. Why are you telling me this? Because, she says, releasing my shoulders and standing up straight. I was all over the place with my emotions for months on end, but every time I saw you, you were the epitome of strength. Even the day you found out about me and Ridge, I was so intimidated by your resolve, and maybe even a little impressed. But you seem to be forgetting about all of that, and instead you're focusing on a few bad days you've had. She reaches down and grabs my hands, looking at me with an expression full of sincerity. No one is the best version of themselves all the time, Maggie. But what creates the difference between confidence and insecurity are the moments in our past that we choose to obsess over. You're obsessing over your shittiest moments when you should be obsessing over the better ones. I haven't been around her a whole lot, but when I am around her, she impresses me more and more with how right she always is. I put a lot of weight on that as I cycle through a couple of breaths. I begin to nod. I've definitely had some unremarkable moments. So has she. So has Ridge. So have Warren and Bridgette. And even though he seems perfect, Jake has had moments in his past when he hasn't been perfect. And I'm sure if I knew about his imperfect moments, I wouldn't hold them against him for a second. Which means he probably doesn't hold my indecisiveness against me like I've been worried he might. Otherwise, he wouldn't be knocking on the door right now. Oh God, he's knocking. Oh God, I say out loud. Sydney glances at the door and then back at me. You want me to answer it? I shake my head. No, I'll do it. She waits for me to stand, but I don't. I just stare at the door, unmoving. Maggie. I know, I don't think I'm ready for introductions yet. Can you? She nods, pulling me out of my chair. I'll disappear, she agrees. You answer the door. Sydney gives me a quick shove toward the door as she rushes off toward Ridge's bedroom. Jake knocks again, and I'm scared if I don't open the door right away, Warren will walk out of his bedroom to answer the door. Or worse, Bridgette. That thought swings me into action. I open the front door, and Jake is there, standing right in front of me. He's taller than I remember. Cuter. I suck in a breath at the sight of him, but I don't give myself time to give him the once-over. I grab his hand and pull him inside the apartment and across the living room. I don't release his hand until we're safely alone in my bedroom. I turn and shut the door behind us, leaning my forehead against it. I blow out a breath, still facing the door. I'm slightly more at ease now that we're out of the danger zone, but still nervous as hell as I slowly turn and face him. He's standing a couple of feet in front of me, looking down at me like he's trying not to laugh. God, he's cute. He's wearing jeans and a navy blue graphic t-shirt with an anatomically correct heart on the front of it. Funny. I stare at the shirt for a moment, admiring how good he looks in it. Then I look him in the eye and stand up a little straighter. I clear my throat. Hi, I say. He tilts his head a bit, curiosity clouding his expression. He's probably wondering why I rushed him into this room like there were zombies chasing us. Hello, Maggie. I can see all the questions he isn't asking as he narrows his eyes, lifting a brow. Sorry, I just wanted a minute alone with you before introductions. He smiles, and I just want to sink to the floor. Not because his smile melts me, but because I'm so embarrassed about the conversation I'm about to have with him. I'm embarrassed by the condition of this bedroom. I'm embarrassed that he's a doctor who seems to have all his shit together, whereas my life is currently akin to a broke college co-eds, living in a sparse dorm room. Jake's hands slide into his back pockets, and he glances around the room, at the mattress on the floor. He looks back at me. Is this your bedroom? Just until tomorrow. All my stuff is in a U-Haul downstairs. I'm moving to another unit in the complex. He laughs a little, like he's relieved to know I own more than just a pathetic mattress pushed against the wall of an empty room. He's a few feet away from me, but I still have to look up at him. I suck in a shaky breath after I respond to him. He notices.
You seem nervous,
he says. I am, I admit. He smiles at my honesty.
Me too.
Why? I blurt out. He shrugs.
Same reasons you are, I assume.
I know for a fact we aren't nervous for the same reasons. Please, I say, rolling my eyes with a laugh. You're a cardiologist raising a half-grown child. I'm just a college student with roommates, sleeping on a mattress on the floor of an empty room. I can assure you we are not nervous for the same reasons. Jake stares at me a moment, contemplating my words.
Are you saying you feel inferior to me?
I nod. Just a little, I lie, because I feel a lot inferior to him. He releases a quick laugh, but he doesn't respond. He just takes a step away from me and looks around the room again, turning his back to me. His focus falls on my mattress for a moment. He looks back at me over his shoulder and then half turns, reaching out his hand. I look down at his hand, beckoning for mine. I slide my hand into his, admiring the strength behind his grip as he closes his fingers around mine. He pulls me with him, walking toward the mattress. He sits down, scooting to the middle of the mattress, resting his back against the wall. He still has a grip on my hand, so he pulls on it, urging me to follow suit. As soon as I begin to kneel, he pulls one of my legs over his lap so that I'm straddling him. Not what I was expecting. We're almost eye to eye, but I haven't relaxed yet, so I'm slightly taller than him in this position. He leans his head back against the wall, looking up at me.
There,
he says, smiling gently.
Now you're in a position of control. It should make you a little less nervous.
He rests his hands on my waist. I feel some of the tension leave my shoulders when I realize what he just did. I smile as I'm reminded how patient and kind he is. He returns my smile, and I suddenly feel like melting to the floor again, but not out of embarrassment. This time, I want to melt because he's so damn perfect, and it's making me blush. Also, I can't help but be relieved that he didn't show up with a high-heeled French redhead. I exhale. Thank you. This helps. He breaks eye contact and finds my hands, threading his fingers through them.
You're welcome.
Now that I've relaxed a little, I lower my legs until our thighs are flush together. We're eye to eye now, and I feel stupid for how nervous I've been. I forgot how everything about him is so calming. He's been a calming presence since the moment we met, and I was scared to death to skydive until he sat down next to me to fill out my paperwork. His presence is like a sedative, flowing through my veins, taming my thoughts and my worries. In a matter of minutes, the fear in my eyes has been subdued, and now I'm forcing myself not to grin. He makes me feel somewhat giddy, but I don't want him to know that. How was your lecture this morning? I ask, hoping to direct the subject toward him. Jake laughs a little.
Justice told me I shouldn't go into doctor mode when I'm around you. He says I'm boring when I talk about medical stuff.
That couldn't be farther from the truth. Our medical talk was the highlight of our date for me. It's the first time anyone has ever been that interested in the details of my thesis. Jake narrows his eyes.
Really?
I nod. Yes, really. You probably shouldn't take dating advice from an 11-year-old. Jake laughs at that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
He brings my hands to his chest and places them there, moving his own hands to the tops of my thighs.
We had a speaker who is about to have a new study published in the Journal of Medical Science. He presented about communication signals between the brain and the heart and what happens when those signals are severed.
Yeah, Justice is definitely wrong. I absolutely want to hear this. And? Jake leans his head back against the wall, relaxing a little. He lifts one of my hands off his chest and brings it up between us.
In ancient times, humans believed the heart was at the center of all thought process, and that the brain and heart didn't communicate at all.
He touches my wrist with 2 gentle fingers.
They believed this because when you feel an attraction to someone, your brain doesn't respond in a noticeable way that would suddenly make you aware of that attraction, but the rest of the body does.
Jake begins to move his fingers in a delicate circle over my wrist. I swallow heavily, hoping he doesn't notice what it's doing to my pulse.
The heart is what makes a person most aware of physical attraction. It increases in speed. It begins to beat harder against the walls of the chest.
It creates an erratic pulse whenever you're around the person you're attracted to. It's quiet as he presses his fingers firmly against my wrist, waiting several seconds before he begins to speak. He grins a little, and I know it's because my pulse has changed so much since we started this particular conversation.
It doesn't feel like that attraction is being manifested in the brain,
he says, pressing his other hand right over my heart.
It feels like it's developing right here, right behind the walls of your chest, in the very core of the organ that goes haywire.
Jesus Christ. He pulls his hand from my chest and releases my wrist. He lowers his hands to my waist, gripping gently.
We're aware the heart doesn't retain or produce actual emotion. The heart is simply a messenger, receiving signals directly from the brain that let the heart know when an attraction is present. The heart and the brain are in sync because they are both vital and they work as a team. When the heart begins to die, a flurry of signals is sent from the brain which ultimately causes the demise of the heart, and in turn, lack of oxygen from the heart is ultimately what causes the demise of the brain. One organ cannot survive without the other.
He grins.
Or so we thought. In today's lecture, we learned that a new study proves that if communication between the heart and brain is severed in the minutes before death, an animal lives up to 3 times as long as those whose heart-brain connection is still left intact, which, if proven correct, means that when the chemical connection is severed between the two organs, one doesn't immediately know when the other begins to die because they're unable to communicate. Therefore, if the heart begins to die and the brain is unaware, it gives doctors more time to save the heart before the brain begins to shut down, and vice versa.
I could honestly listen to him talk like this all day. Are you saying that the heart and the brain might actually be detrimental to one another? He nods once.
Yep. It's almost as if they communicate too well. The study suggested that if we can make one organ temporarily oblivious to the failing of the other organ, we may be able to save them both.
Wow, I say. That's fascinating. Jake smiles.
It is. I thought about it the entire drive over. Essentially, if we could figure out how to sever some of the communication between the heart and brain in non-life-or-death situations, we could likely make it so that attraction wouldn't manifest physically in a person.
I shake my head. But why would a person not want to feel the full extent of an attraction?
Because,
he says, matter of fact.
That way, when a doctor develops an intense attraction to a girl he meets while skydiving, his mind wouldn't be completely distracted for every minute of the 2 weeks that follow, and he might actually be able to focus on his job instead of thoughts of her.
His words make me blush so heavily, I immediately lean forward and lower my head to his shoulder so that he can't see my reaction. He laughs at my response, running a hand up my back and into my hair. He presses a quick kiss to the side of my head. I eventually pull back and look down on him. Everything he just said makes me want to lower my head again, but this time I want to lower it so that my mouth is positioned right against his. I refrain, though, somehow. He inhales and loses some of the smile in his eyes, trading it for a more serious expression. His hands slide up and then back down my arms.
I came back to the hospital to see you Saturday, but you were already gone,
he admits. I close my eyes briefly. I wondered if he showed back up. I don't want to admit to him that I left before I should have, but I don't want to lie to him or even omit the truth. I left Friday night, before they discharged me. I look him in the eyes, needing to explain myself before he passes judgment. I know you're a doctor and you're going to tell me it was a stupid move, but I already know that. I just couldn't take being there for another second. He stares back at me for a quiet moment, but he doesn't look angry or annoyed. He just shakes his head softly.
I get it. I have patients who practically live in hospitals, and I know how draining it is, both emotionally and physically. Sometimes I want to look the other way and tell them to run because I know how much they don't want to be there.
I have no immediate reply to that because it's not a reaction I'm used to. I love that he didn't scold me just now. But I'm sure he sees patients with all different levels of frustration, so it would make sense that he'd be more empathetic than disapproving. Jake lifts a hand to my hair and twists his fingers in a few strands of it. He stares at my hair as it slides through his fingers. When our eyes meet again, I can tell he's about to kiss me. His eyes drop briefly to my mouth. But I can't allow that until I explain to him the real reason for most of my nerves today. I need to tell you something, I say. I'm hesitant to bring it up, but he's here and he's about to meet everyone, and he needs to know what he's getting into. He looks back at me patiently as I continue. This is Ridge's apartment. My ex-boyfriend that I told you about on our date? Jake gives no hint of a response in his expression, so I continue, glancing away from him and down at our hands. I lace our fingers together. Ridge and his girlfriend Sydney are going with us today. So are Warren and Bridgette, who are the other 2 roommates here. You'll meet them all in a little while. It's why I wanted you to come to my room before meeting them, so if our history is brought up today, you won't be caught off guard. I make eye contact with him again, releasing a pent-up breath. Does that bother you? Jake doesn't answer right away. I don't blame him, so I give him a moment to process everything I just said. It's a weird situation that I probably shouldn't have put him in.
Does it bother you?
He asks, squeezing my hands. I shake my head. We're friends now. I really like Sydney. I feel like all of us are exactly where we need to be, but after I invited you here, I became paranoid that maybe I shouldn't have. I don't want it to be awkward. Jake lifts a hand, sliding it against my cheek. His fingers graze the back of my head as he looks at me intently.
If it doesn't bother you, then it doesn't bother me,
he says with finality. His quick acceptance makes me smile with relief, even though I fail to tell him that it is very awkward for me. Sydney is wrong. Some people are the best versions of themselves all the time. That thought fills me with immediate guilt, because there's so much more to the situation than what I just admitted to Jake. He has no idea that Warren and Ridge are basically the only family I have, but I don't want to put too much on him at once. Not until we know for sure that this thing between us might actually go somewhere beyond today. I honestly don't know that I want it to until he has a clear idea of who I am, but I have no idea where to start. He spent one of my better days with me, but he hasn't gotten to know all of me yet. He knows I'm spontaneous and indecisive, but what else does he actually know? I'm fickle, I blurt out, and sometimes I can be selfish. I know I should shut up, but the blunt honesty feels warranted. He needs to know exactly what he's dealing with. I don't want to experience another relationship with someone I'm not completely upfront and open with. I have a rebellious streak that I'm really trying to work on. I sometimes spend entire days binge-watching Netflix in my underwear. I've lived alone most of my adult life, so I eat ice cream out of the tub and drink straight out of the milk carton. I've never wanted children of my own. I kind of want a cat, but I'm too scared of the responsibility. I love show tunes and Hallmark Christmas movies, and I absolutely hate Austin traffic. And I know none of that really matters because we aren't even dating, but I feel like you should know all those things about me up front. When I'm finished, I bite my bottom lip nervously, waiting for him to either laugh at me or run. I'd completely understand either reaction. He reacts in a completely different way than what I expect. He sighs and tilts his head a little, resting our hands against his chest. His thumbs brush back and forth over mine.
I internalize everything negative that happens at work, he says. I need solitude on the really bad days, sometimes even from justice, and I'm messy. I haven't done dishes in 4 days or laundry in 2 weeks. Most doctors are organized and their houses are spotless, but mine is chaotic most of the time. And I probably shouldn't admit this because I'm a cardiologist, but I love fried food. I've watched every episode of Grey's Anatomy, although I'll deny it if you ever repeat that. And I've only been with 2 women, so I don't even know that I'm all that impressive in bed.
The fact that he just admitted all that makes me feel like I might get a little emotional, but luckily, the last part of his admission makes me laugh. You're impressive, Jake. Trust me. He arches a brow.
Am I?
I nod, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks just thinking about it.
Can you be more specific?
He teases.
What was your favorite part?
I think back on our night together, and honestly, all of it was great. But if I had to narrow it down to a favorite moment, I know exactly which one it is. The second time, when you kept your eyes open and watched me while we... My voice trails off. I can't even finish that sentence. Jake stares at me very seriously for a moment. His hands cover mine completely.
That was my favorite part, too.
I duck my head a little, breaking eye contact with him. Not because I'm nervous anymore, but because I'm trying to prevent myself from kissing him. He reaches out and slides his hand to the nape of my neck, pulling my gaze back to his. His other hand slides around to my lower back, pulling me closer.
There were a lot of parts I liked about that night.
He smiles as he inches his mouth closer to mine.
I liked undressing you as we stood next to your bed,
he whispers, right before he presses his lips to mine. I close my eyes, completely weakened by his kiss, but he pulls back.
And I liked it when I lowered you to the bed.
His lips lightly feather mine, and I feel him shift as he leans forward and lowers me to the mattress. I'm no longer in the position of control, but I don't mind it. My eyes feel heavy when I open them, looking up at him while he hovers over me.
And I really liked it the next morning when I woke up and you were wrapped around me so tight it took me 10 minutes to sneak out of the bed without waking you.
I open my mouth slightly, preparing a response, but he doesn't allow it. He dips his head and kisses me. As soon as his lips close over mine, I'm reminded of everything I felt the first time he kissed me. I don't know how I was able to deny him even once, much less twice. Sometimes I'm impressed by my own strength because right now, there's no way I could choose anything else over this kiss. I don't even care if we leave this room today because his tongue has found mine and my hands are sliding through his hair, and why can't I be in my own apartment already? I'm conscious of every noise I want to make right now. Luckily, he stops it before more parts of us get involved in this makeout session than simply our mouths. He kisses me softly, twice, before pressing his cheek to mine and releasing a heavy sigh into my hair. I sigh right along with him, realizing that we're going to have to leave this room at some point. I guess I should introduce you to my roommates now. His gaze scrolls my face for a moment.
Yeah, I guess so.
I swallow, feeling the nerves start to build as I think about him meeting everyone, specifically Warren. Can you promise me something? Jake nods. Don't judge me too harshly based on a couple of my roommates. Warren's sole purpose today will be to embarrass me as much as he possibly can. Jake's mouth breaks out into a devilish grin.
Oh, I can't wait to meet him now.
I roll my eyes and push against his chest. Jake rolls off me and onto his back. I stand up and straighten out my shirt, but he remains on the bed, staring up at me with an unusual expression. What? I ask, wondering why he looks so satiated. He stares for a moment longer, then shakes his head and pushes off the mattress. He stands up, pressing a quick kiss to my forehead.
You're so fucking pretty,
he mutters, almost in passing, as he grabs my hand and walks me toward my bedroom door. That one comment completely eviscerates every hesitant, nervous feeling that remained from before he arrived. If he weren't pulling me out of the bedroom right now to go and meet everyone, I would make him wait so that I could find a pen and add another line to my bucket list. It would only be 2 words. Jake Griffin. It wouldn't say, make love to Jake Griffin or marry Jake Griffin. The entire 10th item on my bucket list would simply be his name, almost as if I could somehow accomplish him as a whole. Item number 10 to accomplish. Jake Griffin.
Chapter 26. Jake. When people ask me why I became a doctor, which is quite a common question, I give them the quintessential answer. I want to save lives. I want to make a difference. I like helping people. It's all bullshit. I became a doctor because I love adrenaline. Of course, the other answers are true as well, but the main reason is adrenaline. I love being the difference between a life or death situation. I love the rush I get when my skills are put to the test against a rapidly failing organ. I love the satisfaction I get when I win. I was born competitive, but there's a difference between being competitive and being in competition with someone else. I'm not competitive against other doctors or other people. I'm only competitive against myself. I'm in a constant battle to improve my own skill set in everything I do, whether that's in the operating room, jumping out of an airplane, or being the absolute best father I can be to Justice. I'm always on a quest to be a better me tomorrow than I was yesterday. It's never been about competing with anyone other than myself. Until this moment. Because in this particular moment, I find myself hoping Ridge doesn't measure up to me. I haven't even met him yet, but I've never been in a situation where I'm about to meet the ex-boyfriend of the girl I'm interested in. It's not something I was prepared to do today, or ever. When I started dating Chrissy in high school, I was her first legitimate boyfriend. I was her first kiss, her first date, her first everything. And considering we spent more than 10 years together after that, I've never had to deal with feeling competitive with another man. I'm not sure I like it. When Maggie mentioned Ridge for the first time on our date, she talked about how he met someone else while he was dating her, which is ultimately what led to their breakup. I don't know the guy, but that was an automatic strike against him in my book. She also mentioned he writes music for a band, which is another strike against him. Not that being in a band is a bad thing, but it's hard to compete with a musician, even when you're a doctor. What little she did say about Ridge gave me the impression that she doesn't regret the demise of their relationship, but it's still slightly uncomfortable knowing this is his apartment. Maggie is his ex. I'm about to spend the day with his friends. I can't imagine many guys being okay with their ex bringing along a new guy, so unless he's some kind of saint, I probably have good reason to suddenly be on edge. I don't like that I'm experiencing jealousy over a girl for the first time, and I haven't even met the guy who is the cause of my irrational jealousy. But that's about to change because we're walking out of Maggie's bedroom now, specifically for introductions. I open the door and step aside so that Maggie can walk out of her bedroom first. She looks up at me as she passes, and she smiles with a hint of calm appreciation in her eyes, despite her own nervousness. It's the same look she gave me when I was helping her with her skydiving paperwork the first day we met. She was a ball of nervous energy, enough for me to have felt it from all the way across the room. But as soon as I sat down next to her, she somehow smiled at me with an appreciative look in her eyes that made me feel as though I were in the process of jumping out of that plane with her. She says a lot without saying anything. I've never met anyone whose expressions hold entire conversations. Right now, her expression is saying, "This is awkward, I know, but it'll be fine." She leaves her bedroom door open and walks ahead of me across the living room. There's a guy standing in the kitchen with his back to us. I can't tell from this view, but it looks like he may be on his phone. There's a blonde girl standing near the bar, slipping into a pair of shoes. She glances up as soon as she hears us exiting Maggie's bedroom. Her whole face lights up when she sees me next to Maggie. Maggie waves her hand toward her. "Jake, this is Sydney." Sydney continues twisting her shoe into the carpet to get it on her foot. Once she does, she walks over to me, half hopping as she extends her hand. "It's so good to meet you," she says, pulling on the other shoe. I return her handshake. "You too." Maggie mentioned Sydney's name to me earlier and that she's Ridge's current girlfriend. I'm not sure how this scenario played out, but Maggie and Sydney seem to get along, which says a lot about them as individuals. And there's something about Sydney that feels genuine. I like her almost immediately. I can't say the same for the guy behind her in the kitchen with his back still to us. He's obviously completely uninterested in introductions. I can only assume this is Ridge, but before I can put too much thought into what his reaction means and how this is definitely a competitive move on his part, two people walk out of one of the other rooms. Based on Maggie's passing, almost agitated look as she turns to face them, I can only assume the guy walking toward me is Warren. The gleam in his eyes screams mischief, and Maggie did mention Warren's sole purpose today is to embarrass her. He's holding his arms out as he makes his way over to me. He pulls me in for a hug. I reluctantly hug him back. I'm not sure I've been greeted with a hug from another guy in years. In my occupation, it's handshakes and professional introductions and inquiries about which golf course you prefer to frequent on Sundays. It isn't bear hugs and pats on the cheeks. This guy is actually patting my cheeks. "Wow," he says, "you are really good-looking." He glances at Maggie. "Good job, Maggot. He looks like Captain America." I laugh and back up a step, not sure if embarrassing Maggie is his sole intention. I think he wants to embarrass both of us. "Warren, this is Jake," Maggie says, already appearing exhausted with him. Warren salutes me. "Good to meet you, Jake." With as much enthusiasm as Warren is showing, the other guy is still showing none. He continues to ignore the situation, completely uninterested that I'm here. Maybe this is why Maggie warned me, because I'm not exactly welcome by everyone. I give my full attention back to Warren. "Good to meet you too." Warren points at the brunette standing next to him. "This is my girlfriend, Bridgette." She doesn't say anything to me. She just nods and walks to the refrigerator. Warren points at Ridge. "Did you meet Ridge already?" I shake my head. "Not yet." I'm not sure I want to meet Ridge at this point. He obviously has no interest in meeting me. Warren closes the distance between himself and the kitchen and taps Ridge on the shoulder. When Ridge turns, Warren begins to sign at the same time he says, "Jake is here." Ridge spins around and finally makes eye contact with me. I always teach justice not to make assumptions about people, yet here I am being an assumptive asshole. Ridge isn't bothered that I'm here. He didn't know I was here. He walks around the bar, closing the distance between us. "Hi," he says, shaking my hand. "Ridge Lawson." His voice is a clear indicator that he wasn't intentionally ignoring me, and that I am, in fact, an assumptive asshole. I return his handshake with relief. Jake Griffin. I don't know if Maggie intentionally left out that Ridge is deaf or if his deafness is their norm and she just didn't think to mention it. Either way, I'm relieved by it, because 5 seconds ago I was ready to call it a day when I assumed I was intruding. But now, his genuine welcome is as comforting as Sydney's. I no longer harbor the competitive, jealous feelings I was attempting to suppress on the way out of Maggie's bedroom. I don't know the history between these people beyond what Maggie has shared, which isn't much, but there doesn't seem to be any ill will between any of them. Although I still haven't spoken to Warren's girlfriend. Maybe she's just shy. The next few seconds are a flurry of activity. Ridge is putting on his shoes, Sydney is pulling on a jacket, Warren walks over to the girl who just shut the fridge, Bridgette, and tries to kiss her, but she pushes him away. I glance over at Maggie, and she smiles at me. "Let me grab my sweater." She walks back to her bedroom. I look around at the apartment and notice there are several doors leading to other rooms. Maggie mentioned how she and Ridge know each other, but I still don't know the connection between everyone else. "Are you all roommates?" I ask, looking around at the four of them. "Is that how you all know each other?" Bridgette is in the middle of sipping from a bottle of water, but she perks up at my question, just as Maggie reappears from her bedroom with a sweater. "Oh, I'll happily explain how we all know each other," Bridgette says, screwing the cap on her water bottle. Maggie says her name in what appears to be an attempt to stop Bridgette from speaking, but Bridgette ignores her. "Warren and Ridge have been best friends for years," Bridgette explains, pointing between Warren and Ridge with the water bottle. She then points it in Maggie's direction. "Warren used to date Maggie, but they didn't last very long before Ridge swooped in and claimed her." "Wait, both of these guys used to date Maggie?" "Maggie and Ridge dated for 6 years, but that ended when Sydney moved in last year. Now Sydney is dating Ridge, but she doesn't actually live here with us anymore. Maggie does, though, until her new apartment is ready, which is here in the same complex as both of her ex-boyfriends." Bridgette looks at me. And no. None of this is weird, at all. Especially right now, as we all pretend we're best friends, and we spend the whole day doing best friend stuff together. Yay. Bridgette says the last word of that sentence with absolutely zero enthusiasm. I guess I had her pegged wrong, too. She isn't shy at all. The next 10 seconds are quiet. Quieter than any 10 seconds have ever been. I glance at Maggie, and she has a look of horror on her face. Sydney glares at Bridgette, silently scolding her. Bridgette looks at Sydney and shrugs like she did nothing wrong. Then my phone rings. The interruption is an immediate excuse for everyone to scatter. Everyone but Maggie, who is watching me, waiting for my next move. I pull my phone out of my pocket, knowing by the distinct ring that it's Chrissy. She never calls unless it's important. Long gone are the days when we called each other just to chat. I swipe my finger across the screen and then pull the phone to my ear as I point toward Maggie's bedroom, letting her know I'm heading in there to take the call in private. I close the door partially as I walk into the room. Hey, Chrissy says breathless. I can tell she's rushing, probably pulling on her scrubs. Got called in. Can I drop Justice off with you? I close my eyes. He's almost 12. We leave him alone on occasion, but not when I'm more than a block away. I'm in Austin. I squeeze the back of my neck. It'll take me an hour to get back. Austin? She says. Oh, okay. I would send him to Cody's house for the day, but he woke up in the middle of the night with a stomach bug. Should I call my mom? I glance at Maggie's bedroom door. No, I'm on my way. I'll pick him up and take him over to my place for the night. Chrissy thanks me and ends the call. I stare down at the phone, wondering how Maggie will take this. I sort of wish she'd heard the entire conversation so she doesn't think I'm making up an excuse to get out of today after Bridgette's spiel. I slide the phone into my pocket and walk toward Maggie's door. When I open it, she glances at me from the kitchen, where she's talking with Sydney. Can we chat? I point back toward her room to indicate I'd like to do it in private. She nods and then shares a quick glance with Sydney before walking back to her room. She closes the door once we're both inside. I'm sorry, she says. Bridgette made it all seem so weird, but I swear. I hold up my hand, interrupting her. Maggie, it's fine. I know you wouldn't have invited me here if you were still hung up on someone else. She looks relieved by my comment. My timing couldn't be shittier, I say. But Chrissy, my ex-wife, just called. Justice is sick and she got called into work. I have to head back home. There isn't a single shred of doubt in Maggie's expression, only concern. Is he okay? Yeah, it's just a stomach bug. She nods, but I can tell she's somewhat disappointed that I'm leaving. So am I, though. I pull her to me to give her a hug goodbye. She molds to my chest, making it difficult to want to release her. Downfall of two doctors sharing a child, I say. You're on call even on the weekends you aren't on call. She pulls back and looks up at me. I slide my hands to her cheeks and bend down to give her a kiss. I can't help but notice that our physical interaction is way ahead of our relationship. We aren't even dating, but the way I hug her and kiss her and respond to her would indicate otherwise. It's why I make sure our kiss goodbye is nothing more than a peck. The last thing I want to do is overwhelm her again. Have fun today. She smiles. I will. I hope Justice feels better soon. Thank you. And send me some pictures of the caves. I'll call you tonight after you're back if it's not too late. I would like that, she says. Want me to walk you out? I would like that. One would think that a man who regularly slices through people's chests wouldn't be bothered by a little vomit. Not the case with me. I'm convinced Justice has vomited more today than he did the first 5 years of his life. Or maybe it just seems that way because he's older and bigger and produces more vomit. But fuck, there was so much vomit. I can't be happier that it's over. For now. There can't possibly be anything left in the poor kid to even puke up. When I'm finished scrubbing the bathroom, showering, and checking on Justice, I finally settle into the couch to catch up on my conversation with Maggie. They returned from the caves a little over an hour ago, and she sent me a few pictures. I told her I'd FaceTime with her as soon as I got Justice to bed. She answers almost immediately. The smile on her face disappoints me, but only because I'm not seeing it in person. How is Justice? I love that she asks this before we even say hello. Asleep. And empty. I think he's expelled everything he's eaten since January. She makes a face. Poor kid. She's lying on her bed, her hair spread out over the pillow. She's holding the phone above her. It's the same view I had of her earlier today as I was hovering over her, preparing to kiss her. I force the thought out of my head before she sees through me. Was the trip as fun as your pictures made it seem? She nods. It was. Well, mostly. She pushes the hair away from her forehead to reveal a small bandage near her temple. Warren thought it would be a good idea to hide from us and then scare us. I turned really fast, and me and Bridgette butted heads. She laughs, smoothing her hair back in place. Warren felt so bad he bought us all dinner. I mean, it was Taco Bell, but still, Warren never pays for anything, ever. I smile. I like that she seems to have had fun. Happiness looks really good on her. You ready for the big move tomorrow? She nods, rolling onto her side as she lowers the phone. I'm ready to have my own bathroom again. I'd offer to come help, but Chrissy is on call until Monday. I should probably keep Justice at my place until he's feeling better, so there isn't a lot of back and forth. We have plenty of help. I don't have a whole lot to move anyway, but I'll FaceTime you tomorrow night and show you my new place after we are finished. I'd like it better if I could see it in person. She grins. When's your next day off? I have an early day on Wednesday. I could drive to you, we could order takeout. Can't spend the night this time, but I could stay a few hours. That sounds good. I'll cook for you, she says. Do you know how long it's been since I've had a home-cooked meal? She smiles again and then follows her smile up with a sigh. I open my mouth to tell her how pretty she looks, but I'm interrupted when Justice walks into the room. Hey, buddy, I say, looking up from my phone. You feeling okay? Justice nods but doesn't look at me. He walks to the kitchen and opens the refrigerator. I'll let you go, Maggie whispers, pulling my attention back to my phone. I smile appreciatively at her. Call me tomorrow when you're all settled. I will. Good night. I stare at her a moment, not quite ready to end my conversation with her. But I also don't want to be on the phone with her while Justice is in the room. Good night, Maggie, I whisper. She waves and then ends the call. I toss my phone on the couch and then walk into the kitchen with Justice. He's standing with the refrigerator door open and he's opening a slice of American cheese. He takes a bite out of it, leaving the slice dangling from his mouth while he grabs the deli meat. He pulls out a slice of ham and shoves it in his mouth, along with the rest of the slice of cheese. It would be easier if you just let me make you a sandwich, I offer. Justice grabs the bag of ham and closes the fridge. I couldn't wait that long. I feel like I might die of starvation. He grabs a bag of chips and sits down at the bar with the ham in front of him. He opens the bag of chips and puts a few in his mouth. Who are you talking to? I take it you're feeling better? If you count starving to death as feeling better, who are you talking to? He repeats. Maggie. The same girl you went to see in the hospital? This is why I didn't want to be on the phone with her while he was in the room. He doesn't shy away from anything, and I'm a big believer in being honest with him, so I nod. Same one. Why was she in the hospital? She has cystic fibrosis. That sounds serious. It is. You should research it. Justice rolls his eyes because he knows I'm being serious. Every time he asks a question that I tell him to research, I always follow up with him the next day to make sure he did. Then I correct him on anything he learned that was inaccurate. That's the downside of Google. There's a lot of information, but you have to know how to weed through the bullshit. I think that's why I always have him research answers to a lot of his questions, so that he can learn how to properly navigate the bullshit. Is Maggie your girlfriend? I shake my head. Nope. But you've had sex with her? The combination of my 11-year-old asking if I've had sex with someone while chewing on a mouthful of ham is both odd and entertaining. What? You mentioned something about not being able to spend the night with her again, which means you've spent the night with her before, which probably means you've had sex with her, because Cody says that's what adults do when they spend the night with each other. Cody is 11. He isn't always right. So that's a no? I feel guilty because I'm currently wishing Justice were still in bed sick. Can we put this conversation on pause until you're about 14? Justice rolls his eyes. You say that like I'm a curious kid, but then you never want to feed my curiosity. I like that you're curious. I like feeding your curiosity. But sometimes you're too hungry. I open the refrigerator and grab him a water. Drink this. You haven't had enough liquid today. Justice grabs the water for me. Fine, but on my 14th birthday, be prepared to revisit this conversation. I laugh. God, I love this kid. But at this rate, I'm not sure I'll make it until he's 14. His curiosity is going to kill the cat. I'm the cat. You want me to make you something else to eat? Justice nods and closes the deli meat. I'll take some cinnamon toast. Can we watch Signs? I want to tell him no because the idea of watching one of his favorite movies for the 20th time sounds excruciating. But I know before long the last thing he'll want to do is watch movies with his dad. As a father, I've learned to take what I can get while I can get it, because none of the phases a child goes through last forever. Eventually, the things you once found repetitive and irritating become the very things you'd give anything to repeat. Yeah, we can watch Signs. Get it started while I make your toast.
Chapter 27. Sydney. I scan the radio stations in search of a song I can sing to. I'm in the mood to sing. My windows are down, the weather is gorgeous, and it occurred to me on my way home from work that I haven't been in the mood to sing at the top of my lungs in my car in a long time. I don't know if it's because of the trajectory my life took over the past year, or if it's college or a combination of both, but something shifted this past week. It's as if my life was a roller coaster speeding through dark tunnels and spinning through loops with my entire body being jerked left to right and front to back, and then whoosh, the emotional roller coaster is coming to a smooth, slow, comforting part of the ride where I can just release a breath and know that I'm safe, and everything inside of me is beginning to settle. That's what this feels like. My life is finally beginning to feel settled. After helping move Maggie in on Sunday, we were all exhausted. We sprawled out on her living room furniture, me and Ridge on one couch, Maggie and Bridgette on the other, and Warren on the floor. We all watched the season finale of The Bachelor, a show none of us had seen a single episode of all season, but we couldn't find the remote and no one felt like changing the channel. Warren got really into it and started arguing with the TV when he felt the guy picked the girl Warren would have bet against if Warren had money. When it was over, Ridge and I walked back to his apartment and crashed for the night. I was too exhausted to drive home, and we were both too exhausted to even shower. We walked straight to the bed and fell on top of it. We must have fallen asleep right away without even removing our clothes, because I woke up in the middle of the night to him slipping off my shoes and pulling the covers over me. It's been 3 days since then, and it's all just felt so right, so good. It's strange how I don't even have my shit together yet, being a college student living paycheck to paycheck, but I feel like I would be happy with my life if it stayed this way forever. It goes to show that a person really doesn't need much if they're surrounded by the right people, loved by the right people. If I could bottle up the love I have for my life today, I would. It's a love worth saving. I pull into my complex and grab my phone to check it as I exit my car. There's still no text from Ridge. He told me he'd text when he finished up with work today, but it's after 7 and I haven't heard from him. Me. You coming over tonight? Ridge. Do you want me to? Me. I always want you to. I insert my key into the lock and open my apartment door. I'm staring down at my phone, waiting for Ridge to text me back, when someone grabs me from behind. I scream, but realize almost immediately that it's Ridge, just by the feel of his arms wrapped around me. I spin in his arms and he's smiling down at me. I'm glad you didn't say no because I'm already here. I laugh. My heartbeat is erratic. I wasn't expecting anyone to be here, but I couldn't be happier to see him right now. He kisses me, and it somehow makes this day even better. I can't even stand myself right now. I don't recall ever being this in love with my life before today, and I don't know how to get used to this new version of myself. I got so used to being so full of gloom for so long. It's like I'm discovering a part of me that didn't exist before this month. Or maybe it always existed. I just never had anyone who could pull out the best parts of me like Ridge does. I stand on my tiptoes and kiss him. His hands cradle my cheeks and he kisses me back, walking me until my back meets the counter. We kiss for a good minute before I recognize that my entire apartment smells like a restaurant. I pull away from him and turn around to find dinner prepared on the stove. When I look back at Ridge, he's smiling at me. Surprise, I cooked. What's the special occasion? There doesn't need to be a special occasion for me to want to make you happy. I'll be treating you like this for the rest of your life. I like the sound of that. Ridge leans in and plants quick kisses down my neck before pulling away and walking to the stove. It'll be ready in 5 minutes if you want to change. I smile on my way to my bedroom. He knows me too well. He knows that no matter what time of day it is, as soon as I walk through the door, I like to be comfortable. That means getting rid of my bra the minute I get home. It means getting out of my jeans and pulling on a pair of pajama pants and one of his t-shirts. It means pulling my hair up in a knot and having absolutely zero care about anything but being as comfortable as I can possibly be. I love that he loves that about me. When I walk back into the kitchen, he's setting the table. He made baked chicken and vegetables with a side of risotto. I honestly don't know that my kitchen has ever experienced this kind of meal before. I rarely cook full meals because it's just me, sometimes Ridge and me. But it's rare that we go all out and do something as drastic as use the oven. Microwave, sure, stovetop, maybe. But oven means a serious meal, and we haven't had much time for that. I sign and tell him it looks delicious, and then proceed to eat half of it without stopping. It tastes even better than it looks. Seriously, Ridge, it's delicious. Thank you. I can't cook like this. Yes, you can. It just tastes better to you because you didn't make it. That's how cooking works. I laugh. Hopefully that's true. How was work today? He shrugs. Played catch-up. But Brennan texted and said he needs me to play a show with him because they're short a guitarist next weekend. Where at? Dallas. You want to come? Make a weekend of it? I nod. Watching Ridge on stage is my favorite thing. Absolutely. Will Sadie be there? Ridge gives me a look to let me know he doesn't know who I'm talking about. Sadie the singer, I clarify. The girl who started opening for Brennan, I think he likes her. Oh, yeah, I'm sure she will be. He grins. That should be interesting. From what I've learned about Brennan, he doesn't get crushes on girls very often, which makes me invested in seeing how this turns out. I hope I get to meet her. That thought leads me to my next thought. I can't visit Dallas without stopping to see my parents. Since we'll be in Dallas, do you want to have dinner with my parents? Ridge answers immediately. I would love to meet your parents, Sydney. I don't know why, but that sentence makes my heart melt a little. I smile and take a drink. Have you told your parents about me? He asks. I told my mother I have a boyfriend. She asked me 20 questions. He grins. Only 20. Maybe 25. What did you say? How did you describe me? I said you're very talented and very cute and good at pranks and good in bed. Ridge laughs. I'm sure you did. He leans back in his chair, casually bumping my knee with his. He's staring at his plate, scooting around the rest of his risotto. Did you tell them I'm deaf? I didn't tell them, but for no other reason than it just didn't come up, and I honestly didn't think about it. Should I have? Ridge shrugs. Might be worth mentioning. I don't like to catch people off guard if I can avoid it. I like for them to have a heads up. You didn't give me a heads up. It was different with you. How? He tilts his head and contemplates his answer. Then he picks up his phone, which means he wants to explain something that he feels he can get across better in text than if he were to verbalize. Ridge. In most cases, I like to warn people before we meet. It makes for less of an uncomfortable moment when they find out. I didn't warn you because it felt like, I don't know, it was just different with you. Sydney. A good different? Ridge. The best kind of different there can possibly be. My whole life I've been the deaf guy. It comes first with every person I ever meet. Being deaf and how a person will react to that is my first thought in every new conversation I have. It's most likely the first thought of the person I'm having the conversation with. It defines how they treat me, how they react to me, and how I react to them. But with you, I sometimes forget that part of myself. With you, I forget the one thing that defines me to everyone else. With you, I'm just me. I'm glad he texted all that, because it's one more thing he said to me that I want to keep track of and remember forever. My parents are going to love you just as much as I do. Ridge smiles for a moment, but the smile is fleeting. He tries to hide it as he reaches for his drink, but I saw the split-second conflict in his eyes. It makes me wonder if he's only agreeing to meet them to appease me. What if he isn't ready to take that step? It's not like we've been dating long at all. "You okay?" I sign. He nods, reaching for my hand. He rests his on top of it on the table, brushing his thumb across it. "I'm good," he says. "It's just that sometimes you make me wish I had better parents. Parents who could meet you and know you're perfect for me. Parents who could love you." His words make my heart ache for him. "You have Brennan. He loves that you're happy." "Yeah," he says, smiling. "And Warren." "And Bridgette." Ridge makes a face. "Oddly enough." "Right? I really like her," I say with a laugh. If someone would have told me 6 months ago that me and Bridgette would eventually be good friends, I would have bet my life savings against it. It's only $500, but still. Ridge laughs. "If you would have told me 6 months ago that me and you would be dating and spending an entire day helping Maggie move into my complex, I would have bet your life savings against it too." Life is strange, isn't it? Ridge nods. Beautifully strange. I smile at him, and we finish eating in comfortable silence. I clear the table and load the dishes into the dishwasher. Ridge hooks his phone up to the Bluetooth on my stereo and turns on one of my Spotify playlists. This is how I know he truly loves me. He does things that don't have an impact on him at all, like making sure there's always music playing even though he can't hear it. He knows I like it, so he does it to make me happy. It reminds me of the first time he did this. We were in his car driving home from the club, and he turned on his car radio for me. It's the small things people do for others that define the largest parts of them. Ridge folds his arms over the bar and leans forward, smiling at me. "I got you a present." I grin as I turn on the dishwasher. "You did?" He reaches out for my hand. "It's in your bedroom." I have no idea what it is, but I grab his hand with both of mine and pull him to the bedroom because I'm excited. He pulls me back so he can walk through the door first. He lets go of my hand so he can sign what he's speaking. "We were writing a song together once, when you mentioned how you wish you had one of these." He pushes open the door and walks to my bed, then pulls a huge box out from beneath it. It's an electric keyboard, complete with a stand and a stool. I recognize the brand immediately. It's the same one we use in my music classes, so I know exactly how much he spent on this gift, and I immediately want to tell him I can't accept it. But at the same time, I'm so excited about it, I rush over to it and run my hand over the box. I throw my arms around him and kiss him all over his face. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." He laughs, knowing how happy he just made me. "Is it the right one?" I nod. "It's perfect." I had a piano growing up at my parents' house, but it's too big to travel with. I grew up playing it, which started my love for music. I've slowly been integrating other instruments, but the piano is where my heart is. Ridge sets the keyboard up against the wall. I sit down and start playing a song, and Ridge sits down on the bed. He watches my hands with the same appreciation as someone who would be able to hear what they're creating. When I finish playing the song, I run my hand appreciatively over the keys. I can't believe he remembered one comment I made a long time ago about wishing I had a piano like the ones we use at school. "Why did you get me this?" "Because you're good at songwriting, Sid. Really good. You deserve an instrument that can help you create music." I crinkle up my nose at him because he knows I'm weird about compliments, just like he is, I guess. I crawl onto the bed with him and wrap my arms around him, looking him in the eyes. "Thank you." He brushes my hair back, sliding his hand to the side of my head. "You're welcome." I'm inspired by him, by his gift, by the feeling I had on my way home when the windows were down and the music was blaring. Let's write a song right now. I got an idea on the way home from work. I lean over to the nightstand and grab the pad of paper and pens. We both sit up against my headboard, but the guitar he leaves here is against the wall. He doesn't retrieve it, and instead we decide to start with lyrics first. On the way home, I had the thought that I wanted things to feel this way forever. I wanted to bottle up his love and save it forever. As soon as I had that thought, I knew I wanted to write a song that revolved around that feeling. At the top of the page, I write the potential title, Love Worth Saving. I write the first few lines of lyrics as they come to me. "Got a little money, enough to get us by. Our house ain't pretty, honey, but baby, it keeps us dry. Our friends ain't rich or famous, but we pretend on the weekend." I tap the page as I move my fingers across the lyrics to give Ridge an idea of the pacing of the song. He pats his hand on his knee in time with mine and then reaches for the pen and writes, "Chorus," then follows that up with a few lines of his own. "Even if our clothes are fading, they'll always look new on you. Even when the times are changing, nothing's gonna change my view on you. You know we got a love worth saving." As soon as I see the lines, "Even if our clothes are fading, they'll always look new on you," I smile. Last week we were having a conversation about my possibly changing degree paths. I still don't know what I want to do, but he was supportive of whatever I decide, even if it means we'll struggle financially a little longer. He said those words to me, that clothes would look new on me even if they're faded, and I told him he better put it in a song. It's almost as if he's been waiting for this moment and already had those lyrics prepared. It's incredible how seamlessly we work together. Writing music is such a solitary thing, much like how I assume writing a book would be, but when we're together, it just works. It's like we're better together than we are alone. He's tapping through the beat of the chorus, but I'm still stuck on the lyrics he wrote. I draw a heart next to them to let him know I love them. Then I pause for a moment until I can come up with the next few lines of lyrics. "Don't need no gold or diamonds. Got the glow right in your eyes. If it's your love you're selling, you know I'm gon' keep on buying. We can make something out of nothing. Just keep that feel-good coming." Ridge hops off the bed and grabs his guitar. I decide to use the record feature on the keyboard, so I move over to the bench and he sits next to me on the bed. He spends the next 15 minutes working out the song on his guitar, and I use what he's creating on the guitar to match it with the piano. He adds a few more lyrics and another chorus, and within an hour the song is mostly worked out. We just need to give it to Brennan for a rough recording this week to see how it sounds. This was one of the easier ones we've written together. I record us playing through it again and then hit play on the keyboard so I can listen to it. It's more upbeat than most of the songs we write together. I love writing with two instruments. The options to add more variations using the keyboard makes the song sound more polished than ones we've sent Brennan in the past just using Ridge's guitar. I'm so excited about the song and the gift Ridge gave me that it makes me want to dance as it's playing back. Ridge sets his guitar aside and watches me dance around the room as the song plays. I laugh every time our eyes meet because I'm in such a good mood. At one point, when I glance at him, he's not smiling. I pause, wondering what just changed in him. He signs, "I wish I could dance with you." "You can. You have." He shakes his head. "Not to a slow song where I just stand there. I mean like this." He waves his hand toward me, "to a faster rhythm." My chest tightens with his words. I step toward him and hold out his hand, pulling him up. "Ridge Lawson, you can do anything you want." I wrap one hand around his neck, and he places his hands on my waist. I start tapping against his chest along with the beat of the song. I move left to right to the rhythm, and he starts to follow my lead. I sing the lyrics so he can watch my mouth and know where we are in the song. When the song ends, I reach over and hit play again so we can keep going. Ridge starts to fall in line with the rhythm, and I laugh when it finally happens. He laughs too as he starts to take over and keep up with a beat he can't even hear. He leads me around the room as I sing and tap against him. At the end of the final chorus, he spins me and then pulls me against his chest as we both come to a slow stop. He holds me there, staring down at me as I look up at him. We're both smiling. Looking in his eyes, I can see the complete appreciation he has for me like I've never seen before, like I just gave him something he thought he would never experience. For me, it was a simple dance, something I do all the time and take for granted. For him, it was a breakthrough. Something he's never done before that he believed he couldn't do. How he's probably feeling right now is how he makes me feel every time he turns on the stereo for me. It's the little things like these that create the biggest moments between us. He takes my face in his hands, preparing to say something to me. But instead of speaking or signing, he just drags in a speechless breath as he stares silently at me. He lowers his mouth to mine, kissing me gently on the lips. Then he meets my eyes, conveying more with one look than he's ever conveyed through any other form of our communication. "Sydney," he says quietly, "everything we've gone through to get here, right here, it was all worth it. There isn't a thing I could sign or words I could say that could top the meaning in what he just spoke to me." I reach over and hit play on our song again. He grins as I clasp my hands behind his neck. He presses his forehead to mine. and we dance.
Chapter 28. Ridge. I wanted to send Brennan a rough cut of the song Sydney and I wrote tonight, but I needed my laptop to do it, which is why we just showed up at my apartment and placed ourselves in this horrible predicament. Us, standing at the door, Warren's ass staring back at us from the couch. It's so pale. Sydney spins around as soon as we walk through the apartment door. She's covering her eyes, even though she's not facing the direction of Warren's ass anymore. She's shaking her head like she wishes she could unsee what she just saw. I wish that too. I think Bridgette might be yelling now. Thank God I can't hear it. All I see is Warren covering her up with the throw blanket from the back of the couch. Mental note to wash that blanket tomorrow. Warren covers his junk with a throw pillow. Wash the pillow too. Knock much? He signs. Lock doors much? I sign back. I grab Sydney's hand and pull her to my bedroom. When we're safe from Warren's nudity, she finally opens her eyes. I'm never sitting on that couch again, she says, walking to my dresser. She kicks off her flip-flops. I point to the restroom and she nods. Right before I walk away, she says, I'm gonna borrow sunblock. I'm in the bathroom with the door shut before I realize what she said didn't make sense. Or at least I didn't read her lips right. Sunblock? It's nighttime. She doesn't need sunblock. What did she say if she didn't say sunblock? Some socks. She's gonna borrow some socks. Shit, the ring. I swing open the bathroom door, but it's too late. The sock drawer is open. The box is in her hands. The box is open, and she's looking down at the engagement ring with a hand covering her mouth.
Chapter 29. Maggie. My old landlord texted me this morning and said she had some of my mail, so I decided to drive to San Antonio to meet up with Jake rather than have him drive to Austin. I texted him after I picked up my mail to let him know he didn't have to come to me for dinner. He responded almost immediately with his address. That text was followed by another that read, Key under the rock next to the grill on the back patio. I'll be there in a couple of hours. That was 7 hours ago. He's texted several times since then, apologizing profusely. He got called into an emergency surgery. I keep reassuring him that it's fine. I even offered to come back another time, but he made me swear I wouldn't leave before he got home. So, in an attempt to make hanging out for 7 hours in the home of a guy I'm not officially dating a little less strange, I've kept myself busy. I think I underestimated Jake's honesty when he said he was a messy person, because even after a trip to the store for cleaning supplies and hours of straight work, this place still isn't spotless. I've done 4 loads of laundry, 2 loads of dishes, made his bed for what I'm sure is the first time ever, scrubbed both bathrooms, and now I'm prepping dinner. I came to his house prepared to stay the night. I'm not sure if that's something he'll ask me to do, but just in case, I brought my medications, an extra set of clothes, and my respiratory vest. The thought of using it in front of him is embarrassing, but the thought of avoiding my responsibilities and ending up sick again would be even more embarrassing. I do get the feeling he'll want me to stay the night. Our texts started getting flirty a couple of hours ago. The last text I sent him was a picture of my hand touching his sparkling clean kitchen sink, and he responded with, "That is the sexiest fucking picture I've ever seen." I'm layering the cheese on the pizza when I hear his key in the front door. When he opens it, I get this tiny little quiver inside my stomach. It's so dumb, but I like him so much. It helps that he's fun to look at. He's wearing a pair of faded jeans and a light blue shirt with a black tie. And a smile. He tries to take in his kitchen as he walks closer to me, but his eyes keep falling back to mine. I can tell by the way he's looking at me that he's been waiting for this moment all day. Do you wear scrubs at work? He tosses his keys on the counter.
Yes, most days, but I keep them at work. Sterilization purposes.
He begins to undo his tie while he stares at me.
You should move in with me.
I laugh at his deadpan humor. No, thank you. I have no plans to be your maid. I face the counter again and finish putting the toppings on the pizza. Jake walks up behind me and wraps his arms around me. I lean into him, missing the way he feels and smells. He lowers his mouth to my ear.
If you were my maid, I could pay you in orgasms. After today, I think I'm already due 1 or 2. He laughs against my cheek. Considering the pristine condition of my kitchen, I owe you quite a few. I toss the chopped onion onto the pizza and wash my hands. He's still behind me, his arms around me. Are you spending the night? He sounds hopeful. I don't want to seem desperate, so I fail to admit my change of clothes is already in his bedroom in my backpack. We'll play it by ear, I tease. I can feel him shake his head, and then he spins me so that I'm facing him. No, I say we go ahead and call it now. Stay the night. Okay. I'm way too easy. I move around him and slide the pizza onto the oven rack. How long does that take to cook? I close the oven door and turn around and face him. About as long as it would take for you to pay back one of the orgasms you owe me. Finally, he kisses me. Then he lifts me, carries me to his bedroom, and lays me on his perfectly made bed. He looks around for a moment when he realizes I also cleaned his bedroom. Then he leaves me lying on his bed while he walks to his bathroom. When he sees his spotless bathroom, he then walks toward his laundry room. He eventually makes it back to the bed where he crawls on top of me. Maggie Carson. That's all he says. Just my name with a smile, and then he disappears from my line of sight as he makes his way down my body to the button on my jeans. He thanks me, and when he's done, we still have 5 minutes to spare before the pizza's ready.
Chapter 30. Sydney. It's not what you think, Ridge says. I lift my gaze and drop my hand from my mouth. I think it's an engagement ring, is it not? Ridge shakes his head as he walks over to me and says, No. Yes. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It is an engagement ring, but it isn't yours. He's treading very carefully, so it takes me a moment to realize why there's nothing but a cautious, regretful look in his eyes. I look back down at the ring that isn't meant for me. Oh, I say, I didn't know you ever proposed to her. He shakes his head almost adamantly. I didn't. The poor guy looks terrified of my potential reaction. What he can't see is how fucking relieved I am. We haven't even been officially dating for a whole month yet. If he had already bought me a ring with the intention of proposing, I probably would have cried, but not from feelings of joy. I'm pretty sure, based on how I'm feeling right now, I would have been scared, which is weird. I love Ridge more than I could ever love anyone, and I would love to be his wife. I would love to be married to him. But I want to enjoy the stages of our relationship for as long as we can. I would love to be his fiancé, but I love being his girlfriend just as much. I want more of the boyfriend-girlfriend thing before we move it to the next level. I laugh, clutching my chest. My heart is beating so fast. My God, Ridge, I thought you were about to propose to me. I sit on the bed, still clutching the box. I love you, but too soon. All the tension in his neck and jaw eases with my response. Oh, thank God, he says, running a hand down his face. But then he tries to quickly recover. Not that I don't want to propose to you, just, yeah, someday. He sits down next to me on the bed, and I bump him with my shoulder as I grin at him. Maybe someday. He smiles back. Maybe someday. I look back down at the ring and run my finger over it. It looks like an antique. It's a beautiful ring. He picks up his phone and begins texting me. I pull out my phone to read it. Ridge. It belonged to Maggie's grandmother. Her grandfather gave it to me while she and I were dating, but I never got around to asking her. I've been meaning to give it back to her since our breakup, but the timing was always weird. She doesn't know I have it. Sydney, you keep it in your sock drawer. That's the most obvious place for a ring to be hidden. She's more than likely seen this. Ridge, it's been in my closet for 3 years. I just moved it to the sock drawer 2 weeks ago to remind myself to give it to her. Sydney, you've had it for 3 years and never proposed? What was stopping you? Ridge shrugs and then says, it never felt right. I want to smile, but I don't. It's just that hearing him say it never felt right makes me feel good. Should it? Who knows? I'm honestly tired of second-guessing my reactions to every little thing I feel. From now on, I just want to feel, unabashedly, without guilt. And right now I feel relieved. Relieved that the ring isn't for me, but also relieved that he never gave it to Maggie. I'll give it back to her tomorrow. He reaches for it, but I pull it away from him. No, I say. I think you should wait. Wait? Why? I text him my lengthy response because it's too much to try to sign for me and too much for him to try to understand. Me. I think this ring would mean a lot to Maggie, and I know it's still new between them, but I think Jake means a lot to her too. Maybe you should wait and see how things go with the two of them. If they fall in love, I think you should give the ring to Jake, not Maggie. Ridge smiles after he reads my text. Then he looks at me appreciatively. Okay. I hand him the ring and he walks it back to the drawer. He slides his hands into his pockets. What do you want to do for the rest of the night? I shrug. Seeing Warren's ass got me out of the mood for round 2. Ridge laughs and drops down on the bed next to me. We could go watch a movie. Nope, I say, shaking my head immediately. Not sitting on that couch ever again. No, I mean at a theater. But how would that be fun for you? There aren't any captions. Then take your earplugs and we'll deaf watch it together. I stand up, eager and ready. A date. I may not be in the mood for sex right now, thanks to Warren, but I am so in the mood for a date with my boyfriend of less than a month, whom I love with all my soul, but do not want an engagement ring from quite yet.
Chapter 31. Jake. When I woke up this morning, I made her breakfast. Bacon, egg, biscuits, the works. And just as I had hoped, the outcome was the complete opposite from when I made her breakfast at her place, after the first night we spent together. She walked over to me wearing nothing but a bra and the shirt I came home from work in yesterday. Unbuttoned. I couldn't stop staring at her. I almost burnt the eggs. She kissed me on my cheek and then made herself something to drink. I was already running late, but I didn't care. I wanted to eat breakfast with her, so I stayed another half hour. When I started to leave for work, she was getting dressed. The thought of not seeing her again for another week or two was not a thought I wanted to entertain. Stay, I said, pulling her to me before I walked out the door. She smiled up at me. Why, so I can clean the kitchen you just destroyed while cooking for me? I'm still so embarrassed she cleaned my house yesterday. Appreciative, yes, but it was in the worst condition it's ever been in. I've worked so much over the last couple of weeks, all I can do is crash when I get home. And Justice was sick, so his chores weren't getting done. I'm a messy person, but I've never been as messy as what she walked into yesterday. Stay and be lazy. Watch Netflix. I have chocolate in the pantry. She grinned. What kind of chocolate? Reese's, maybe some Twix? Her nose scrunched up. Sounds tempting, but I need to watch my sugar. There's sugar-free chocolate, too. Ugh, she said, letting her head fall back in defeat. I can't say no to that. Or you. What time will you be back? I don't know. I'll try to move around some afternoon appointments. Okay, but I'm taking your advice and not cleaning. She gave me a peck on the lips and then dropped down on the couch. I'm staying right here all day. Good. I leaned over her and gave her a kiss. A good kiss. No, a great kiss. One that stayed with me all day. One I can't wait to get back home to repeat. I was able to move around my last 3 appointments today. It's the second time in 2 weeks I've done this. It's out of the norm for me, so my nurse, Vicky, knew something was up. When I was on my way out the door, she said, "Have fun on your date." I paused and turned around to look at her. She shot me a knowing look and walked back down the hallway. I didn't think I was being transparent, but it's hard to hide this kind of euphoria. I'm not sure I've ever known this side of a relationship. With Chrissy, we became parents so early on into our relationship. Before that, we were just kids. Between medical school and raising Justice, we never really took the time to just enjoy each other. I like it. I'm really enjoying Maggie's company. I hate the idea that she'll probably leave tonight or in the morning. But I've also vowed not to beg her to stay like I did this morning. Weak moment. I need to remember this is the same girl who freaked out on me twice already. I'm new at getting back into the dating game, and don't want to scare her away again. Yeah, that promise I made to myself earlier lasted 3 hours. We just got back from dinner and she's shoving her things back into her backpack. Leave in the morning, I say. She laughs and shakes her head. Jake, I can't. There has to be some rule that says you can't stay 2 nights in a row with someone you aren't even officially dating. Then let's make it official. Be my girlfriend. Spend the night. She looks at me funny. Oh, was that not a hint that you wanted to make it official? No, I only said that because it's a concern. I don't want to smother you. I brush her hair out of her face. I wouldn't mind that. She drops her forehead against my chest and groans, then takes a step away from me. We have responsibilities. I have 3 weeks left of school. You have to work tomorrow. We can't just pretend this is how it's going to be, some blissful, romantic whirlwind of a relationship. Who's pretending? She raises an eyebrow like maybe I'm about to freak her out again. I can see her guard going up. I wrap my hand around her wrist and pull her back to me. You know what? What? I am not your ex. I'm very much aware of that, she says. But just because I haven't been around for most of your past doesn't mean I'm not aware of our present and all the things that might or might not happen in the future. Stop pretending we need to be more responsible than we are just because you're scared of where this whirlwind takes us. That was deep. I'm trying to be shallow. I don't want you to think about responsibilities or illnesses or what the rules of relationships should be tonight. I want you to drop your bag, kiss me, and stop worrying so much. I press my forehead to hers. Live in the moment, Maggie. Her eyes are closed, but I can see the smile spread across her face as she drops her backpack to the floor. You are so good for me, Jake Griffin. But also kind of bad. She kisses my chin and then lifts up and kisses me on the mouth. Her arms find the hem of my shirt, and she slips her hands beneath it and slides them up my back. I help her out of her shirt and then walk her to the bedroom. Counting our one-night stand, this is our 5th time to have sex. I wonder when I'll stop counting. We spend the next half hour living in the moment. Me on top, then her, then me again. When the moment is over, I roll onto my back to catch my breath. She lays her head on my chest and moves with my breaths. God, I could get used to this. I run my fingers through her hair, wondering if we made it official. I don't think she objected, but she also didn't agree. Maggie. She lifts her head and rests her chin on my chest, looking up at me. Yes? Are we official? She nods. After that round, very official. I smile, but my smile is smacked right off my face when I hear the front door open. Dad? Shit. I roll off the bed and grab my jeans. Maggie stands up and grabs hers. What do I do? She whispers. Do you want me to hide somewhere? I rush to my closet door. Yeah, hide in here. She makes her way to my closet without question. I can't help but laugh. I grab her wrist right as she reaches the door. I was kidding, Maggie. I try to stifle my laughter, but she was really about to hide in the closet. He already knows about you. Get dressed and come meet him. She stares at me a moment, then slaps me in the chest. Ass. I'm still laughing as I grab my shirt from the floor. Dad? Justice calls out. Coming, I say. When I'm dressed, I give Maggie a quick kiss and then leave her to finish dressing in the bedroom. Justice is standing in the kitchen with his friend Cody. What's up? I say as casually as possible. Justice turns around. Not much, Dad. What's up with you? I pause. He knows something. He's smirking. His friend Cody holds up Maggie's shirt. Whose shirt is this? They both start laughing. I grab the shirt and walk it back to my bedroom. I open the door and toss Maggie her shirt, then wait for her to put it on. Thanks, she says. I was worried they would see it. I fail to tell her they did. She pulls it on and follows me out of the bedroom. When we walk into the kitchen, Cody's jaw drops when he sees Maggie. He nudges Justice with his elbow. Dude, Cody says to Justice, your new stepmom is hot. Justice rolls his eyes. Not awkward at all. Maggie just laughs, thank God. I introduce them. Maggie, this is my son Justice. Justice waves at her, and his best friend Cody. Maggie smiles at them. Hi, I'm not anyone's stepmom. Even better, Cody says. I glare at him and he wipes the smirk off his face. The microwave dings and Justice pulls a bag of popcorn out of it. Mom got called in. She told me to call first to make sure it was okay that I came over. And why didn't you call first? Justice smiles and says, because then you'd know I was coming. Justice looks at Maggie. Do you know who M. Night Shyamalan is? The director, of course. Justice shoots me a look of approval and then looks back at Maggie. What's your favorite movie of his? She makes her way over to the bar and takes a seat. She seems comfortable. I'm glad. I didn't want this to be weird, but I also wasn't planning on introducing them so soon. But hiding her would have been even weirder. Hard to say, she says. Signs, obviously, but the sixth sense will always hold a special place in my heart. What's your stance on The Happening? Justice asks. I've never seen it. Cody opens the bag of popcorn and says, Well, Maggie, who is not a stepmom, tonight is your lucky night. Justice pours the popcorn into 2 bowls and hands one to Maggie. She pops a piece in her mouth as Justice and Cody make their way to the living room. I blow out a breath, although I'm not sure why. They're 11 years old. Not sure why all of that just made me nervous. I like him, she says. I told you he was great. She stands up and puts a piece of popcorn in my mouth. I might even like him more than I like you. She walks past me, spinning to face me as she goes. Nobody puts Maggie in a closet. I laugh. Clever. She walks away into the living room. I follow her because that's what boyfriends do, right? Justice and Cody have taken the main sofa directly in front of the TV. Maggie and I sit on the love seat. She leans against me, positioning herself long ways so she can see the TV better. She props her feet up on the arm of the couch. Justice starts the movie, and I'm not even disappointed that I've seen it 4 times. I'm just happy this is how the night has ended up. Tomorrow, that thought might scare me, knowing what I'm getting my heart into with this girl. But right now, I just want to live in the moment.
Chapter 32, 3 months later. Sydney. I've been trying to get Bridgette to warm up to Maggie since Maggie moved into their complex several months ago. As it stands, Bridgette is still pretty cold. She's sitting on Maggie's bed while I help Maggie pick out an outfit for tonight, so we're making progress. She hasn't been over here since Maggie moved in, other than one time when Maggie had to stay a few nights in the hospital for an illness. Bridgette came to get some clothes for her, but only because Warren made her. I think the black shirt would look better with these, Maggie says. I'm gonna try it on. She grabs the shirt I brought over and takes it to her bathroom, closing the door behind her. I look at Bridgette. She's on her back, staring up at the ceiling, yawning. I pull out my phone and text her because I don't want Maggie hearing our conversation. Sydney, you're making this uncomfortable. Bridgette reads her text and then looks at me, holding up a frustrated hand. Bridgette, what? I'm just being me. Sydney, yeah, no offense, but that's the issue. Sometimes people have to make an effort not to be themselves in order to make situations around them a little more tolerable. You haven't said a word to her. Make an effort. Ask her questions. Bridgette, I am making an effort. I'm here. Besides, I don't have any questions for her. What would I even say? I don't know how to do fake. Sydney, ask her about her graduation. Ask her about when we went bungee jumping. Ask her how she and Jake are doing. Lots of potential conversation starters if you just try. Maggie walks out of the bathroom just as Bridgette drops her phone onto the bed and rolls her eyes. I like that shirt on you, I say to Maggie. She's turning back and forth in the mirror. I look at Bridgette and make a face. Bridgette sits up dramatically, slapping her palms against the bed. She clears her throat. So, Maggie, how are you and Jake doing? Well, I hope. She forces a smile but sounds like a stiff robot. Maybe this was a bad idea. I glance over at Maggie and she's just standing there staring at Bridgette with her head tilted. I glance back at Bridgette and shake my head. Wow, you really don't know how to talk to people. Bridgette throws her hands up and says, I told you. Maggie looks at me. Did you make her ask me that? I shrug. I'm just trying to teach her how to interact with humans in a normal way. Looking back at Bridgette, Maggie says, It doesn't suit you. See? Bridgette falls back on the bed. I should just be me. I'm good at being me. Fine, I'm sorry I tried. I give my attention back to Maggie. But how are you and Jake doing? Bridgette sits up on the bed again and throws a hand out toward me. Why does it sound so normal when you say it? Maggie and I both laugh. She looks in the mirror and fingers her hair. We're good, she says, smiling into the mirror. It's all been so easy with him. He's just simple. He likes to have fun, doesn't take anything too seriously until he needs to. But is he good in bed? Bridgette asks. I see a pattern here. The only conversations that come naturally to Bridgette always have to do with sex. Does Ridge moan during sex? Is Jake good in bed? He's very good, Maggie says without hesitation. Who is better? Bridgette asks her. Ridge or Jake? Or Warren? Wow, you've slept with all three of our boyfriends. I slap a hand to my forehead. She's a lost cause. Luckily, Maggie just laughs it off. Yeah, Bridgette, let's just not do the whole conversation thing, okay? Bridgette pouts. But I actually want to know the answer to this question. I bet it was Warren. Maggie looks at me and scrunches up her nose while shaking her head. It wasn't, she mouths. Bridgette mutters something about wanting a snack, so she heads to the kitchen. I hand Maggie a purple button-up shirt. Try this one on, I think you'll like it better than the black one. What's it even matter? Jake is on call all weekend, so he won't even be there. Maggie goes back to the bathroom just as Bridgette walks back into the bedroom crunching on chips. She looks at herself in the mirror, turning so she can see her ass. She holds up a Pringle and positions it so that it covers her butt in the mirror. What are you doing? I ask her, just as Maggie comes out in the purple shirt. Definitely that shirt, it's perfect. Maggie, Bridgette says, still looking at herself in the mirror, when you said my ass looked like two Pringles hugging, was that a compliment? Maggie laughs. Have you seen your ass? Of course it was. I don't see it. Bridgette pulls another Pringle out of the can and holds both chips back to back so that they're curved away from each other. This is not attractive. Maggie walks over and grabs the two Pringles, turning them inward. Like this. Bridgette stares at the chips and nods like it finally clicks. Oh, yeah, it kind of does look like that. Ridge and Warren have been at the venue helping the band set up for the show, so Maggie and I rode with Bridgette. Ridge isn't playing tonight, though. He said sometimes he just likes being a spectator. Maggie has a smile on her face as we get out of the car, but I can tell it's strained. She pauses as she looks up at the building. I wish Jake could have made it, she says quietly. I grab her hand. He can come to the next one, just try to have fun. I'm anxious to get inside, so I pull her after me and text Ridge to let him know we're at the back door. A moment later, the door opens and Ridge walks out. He's followed by Warren. I feel bad because Ridge is giving me a hug and Warren is giving Bridgette a hug, and Maggie is just standing there, awkward and alone. It won't last long, though. Just when the door slams shut, it's pushed open from the inside. Jake walks out. It's been hell keeping it from her, but he really wanted to surprise her. He was able to switch his on-call weekends, but he didn't want her to know. He's planning on staying with her until Monday morning. As soon as she realizes he's actually here and she's not seeing things, she lights up all over and runs at him. She jumps on him and wraps herself around him like a spider monkey, her feet locked around his back, her wrists locked behind his neck. He's holding her with little effort, and it makes me envious that I can't jump on Ridge like that. I mean, I guess I could, but I'm not as tiny as Maggie. We'd need to plan it. We'd need a spotter and a mattress for when we fell. They're so in love. It's so adorable. Ridge leans into my ear and says, You look beautiful. His comment gets him a kiss. We're so adorable. Warren opens the back door and holds it for everyone as we all shuffle inside. I feel my phone vibrate, so I look back at Ridge, and he indicates he just texted me something. Ridge. I gave Jake the ring. Me. You did? Did it freak him out, or did he seem appreciative? Ridge. He thanked me like 5 times and kept staring at it on the drive over. I doubt he waits long. That makes me smile. I know marriage wasn't an item on Maggie's bucket list, but I think she's at a point in her life where she wants to add more to the list. And Jake isn't going anywhere. I can see that just by the way they look at each other. The room is packed when we get out to the floor. Luckily, one of the crew members saved an area up front for us. Perks of writing music for the band. Jake and Maggie stand next to us. He's standing behind her with his arms wrapped around her. When Brennan and the band walk on stage, Maggie separates herself from him and starts clapping and jumping. I have no idea how long it's been since she's seen them play, but she's genuinely stoked to hear them. It makes me think about everyone's dynamic and how she's been a part of these people's lives since right after they started the band. I'm sure Brennan and everyone on stage mean more to her than I ever realized. It makes me appreciate what we had to go through to get here even more. Had we all not figured out a way to coexist, she would have had to give up huge pieces of her life. I never would have felt right about that. I look over at Warren and Bridgette, and even she's smiling and clapping as Brennan introduces the band to the audience. Warren has his hands cupped around his mouth as he yells for the band. Then he drops his arm and wraps it around Bridgette's waist. She looks up at him and he smiles down at her, then gives her a quick kiss. It's so odd to see them in moments like this. But when I do get glimpses of it, it's beautiful. They love each other, even if they do it differently from everyone else. That's the beauty of love, isn't it? It comes in so many different forms, shapes, sizes, textures, and it's ever-changing. Like the love Ridge held for Maggie. It's still there. It's just a different form. And that's what I love the most about him. He never stopped loving her. He never stopped caring for her. And now that she's one of my closest friends, I can't help but love that for her because she deserves it. She deserved his love then as his girlfriend, and she deserves his love now as one of his best friends. Ridge moves closer behind me and wraps his arms around me, lifting one hand to my chest. He rests his palm at the base of my throat and presses his head to the side of mine. He wants to hear the concert through me, so I start singing along to the music, and I don't realize it until halfway through the song, but I'm crying. I don't even know why. I just love him so much. And I love being here with him. And I love his friends. I just love.
Chapter 33. Ridge. She knows every word to every song. I'm not sure when she learned all the songs that were written before I met her, but it makes me wonder if she learned them for me. For these moments when we're watching the band on stage so she can sing them to me. When the song ends and she starts clapping, I notice tears are falling down her cheeks. I wipe one of them away and then lean in and kiss her briefly before walking away. She tries to grasp at my shirt, but I disappear into the crowd before making my way on stage. Brennan told me to come up after the first song to perform the one I wrote for her, but I didn't tell Sydney I wrote a new song for her. When I get up on the stage, I can feel the excitement of the room, even though I can't hear it. The looks on their faces, the people in the front few rows jumping up and down, the heat from the lights, the smile on Sydney's face when I finally find her in the crowd. I lean into the microphone and sign while I tell her out loud why I wrote the song. Sydney. She's grinning so wide right now it makes me smile. I wrote a happy song for you this time because, well, you make me happy. No matter what happens or where we go, we're in it together, and that makes me so fucking happy. She laughs and wipes at a tear, then signs, You make me happy too. I take the guitar Brennan hands me and wait for his cue. Then I close my eyes and start playing the chords, repeating the lyrics quietly in my head while Brennan uses his voice to sing them out loud. Well, maybe we can be somewhere where the land and the water meet. Somewhere where the worry just can't be. Only got enough room for you and me. Well, maybe the sun will rise and peek through the pulled-down bamboo blinds, shine across your slept-on perfect hair, and we won't care. No, we won't care. 'Cause we got everything we need right here. The world can try to make it all disappear, but let me tell you something that I happen to know. It's gonna feel like this wherever we go. Wherever we go. Well, what if all we saw was the rain dancing off the roof as it falls, swaying in the leaves at the top of the tree, water washing sand right from our feet? Well, what if all we knew was right from wrong with no point of view? The day can go off the tracks up in the air, and we won't care. No, we won't care. Because we got everything we need right here. The world can try and make it all disappear, but let me tell you something that I happen to know. It's going to feel like this wherever we go. Wherever we go. You know, we'll be here for a while. I think we better do it with a little style. So we make the most of every day like it's faded away. We'll be all right. Because we got everything we need right here. The world can try and make it all disappear, but let me tell you something that I happen to know. It's going to feel like this wherever we go. Wherever we go. When the song is over, I hand the guitar to Brennan and make my way back down to the floor. I find Warren and Bridgette. I see Maggie and Jake. I spin around, but there's no Sydney. I look at Maggie and sign, "Where did she go?" Maggie points to the stage. I spin around and look at where I was just sitting. Why is Sydney on stage? Brennan is saying something to her as she takes a seat on the bar stool. He looks out at the crowd and says something into the microphone and signs it for me. "This is Sydney Blake. She's one of our songwriters, and this is her first time on stage. Give her a round of applause." She looks nervous, but I don't think she's as nervous as I am for her. I had no idea she was doing this. Brennan starts to play, and I move closer to the stage to see which chords he's playing, which song. And I realize almost immediately that it's maybe someday our song. I look at Sydney just as the lyrics are about to start, but there's no microphone in front of her. That's when she starts to sign the words. Holy shit, she's signing the song for me. Fuck. How am I supposed to just stand here and not get emotional? I shake my head when she makes eye contact with me. I'm in complete disbelief as I watch her sign the lyrics to a song she's completely rewritten into a new song. Maybe someday. Maybe now. I am right in front of you, here to stay. Breathe a little easier every day. Now that I'm yours, and you are mine. You ask me what I'll want someday. It's the same as yesterday. All I want is you. With you I'm at my best. Someday has been laid to rest. I am ready to make that a vow. Maybe tomorrow, maybe now. When you speak, I listen close. Hear all the words you say in prose. We're only silent when we kiss. I smell my perfume in your bed. Thoughts of you invade my head. Truths were written, now they're said. With you I'm at my best. Someday has been laid to rest. I am ready to make that a vow. Maybe tomorrow, maybe now. You hear my heartbeat every night. Life with you, it feels so right. We are endless, like our song. Only good can come this way. Nights with you turn into day. Forever yours, forever mine. With you I'm at my best. Someday has been laid to rest. I am ready to make that a vow. Maybe tomorrow or maybe now. I don't remember when the song ended or when she walked off the stage or when she appeared right in front of me. I just know that in one moment I was watching her on stage and the next moment I was kissing her. I can feel the music to the next song playing, and I'm still kissing her. My hands are in her hair when I finally pull back and press my forehead to hers. I love you, I whisper. I do. I love her so damn much. I'm not even sure what other songs were played after that. I couldn't focus on anything other than Sydney. After the show, everyone met with the band backstage to figure out where we were going for dinner. While they chatted, Sydney and I stayed out in the hallway and made out. We're at dinner now, and it's torture keeping my hands off of her. Brennan and the guys needed to get on the road, so it's Sid and me, Maggie and Jake and Warren and Bridgette. I'm not sure why we even got a communal table, because none of us couples are paying attention to each other. Well, we weren't, but Warren has turned his attention on Sydney now. Settle something for us, he says, referring to Bridgette and him. What's up? Sydney says. So, in the song you rewrote, you mentioned vows. Was that a hint that you want to get married? Sydney laughs and then looks at me. She looks back at Warren and shakes her head. We talked about how we weren't ready a few months ago. When I was rewriting the song, I realized maybe I am. She looks at me. Did you take it that way? I wasn't saying I expect a proposal. I just meant whenever you're ready. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. But I don't tell her that. She deserves a more thought-out proposal. Hold up, Warren says before I can even respond. Slow down. Bridgette and I have been together the longest. We should get married first. No, Bridgette says. I think Jake and Maggie should get married first. She has less time. I was hoping I misread her lips, but she just made Sydney spew out her drink, so I guess I understood what Bridgette said just fine. Bridgette is lucky that Maggie is laughing at her right now rather than choking her. What? Bridgette says innocently. It's true. She looks at Maggie. I'm not trying to be mean, but seriously, you should try to do as much as you can as fast as you can. It makes sense. Add marriage to your bucket list and get it over with. Maggie's cheeks are a shade darker than they were before all the attention was on her. Bridgette doesn't seem to care that she's embarrassing her, or maybe she just doesn't notice. We aren't getting married, Maggie says. We've only known each other for a few months. Statistically speaking, the less time you date someone before you marry them, the greater your chances of it ending in divorce. Warren leans forward, holding up a finger in thought. It always makes me nervous when he tries to impart wisdom on other people. Maybe so, he says. But wouldn't adding marriage to your bucket list be worth the risk? You and Jake can date like this forever, and you'll never know what it's like to get married. Or you can risk it and possibly experience marriage and divorce before you die. Jake cocks an eyebrow and glances at Maggie. Sounds like a win-win to me. Maggie's eyes widen. Jake smiles at her while he takes a sip of his drink, and then he says, It makes sense if you think about it. At the risk of sounding like a medical professional, your life expectancy isn't as long as mine, so I'm ready when you're ready. Maggie stares at him blankly. We all do, actually. I don't think anyone was expecting him to agree with Warren. I hope that wasn't a proposal, Maggie says to Jake. It didn't even come with an I love you, or an engagement ring. Jake stares back at Maggie for a moment. Then he reaches his hand out across the table. Give me your keys, Ridge. I don't even hesitate. I give him my keys, and Maggie watches him in bewilderment as he leaves the restaurant. What is he doing? She says. Is it something I said? Warren is shaking his head. Fucker is gonna beat me to it. To what? Maggie says. She seems confused, so none of us give her any hints that we know what's happening. When Jake walks back into the restaurant, he approaches the table with purpose. He's holding the ring I gave him earlier, but before he opens the box, he stands at the head of the table and looks at Maggie. Warren signs everything he says. Maggie, I know it's only been a few months, but it's been the best few months of my life. From the moment I first saw you, I have been absolutely consumed by you. I wish I had this speech and this moment planned out, but we both like spontaneous. He gets down on one knee and opens the box. None of us can tell what Maggie's thinking. This could go one of two ways, and I'm not so sure it's going to go the way Jake wants it to. He opens the box. This ring belonged to your grandmother, and I wish more than anything that I could have known her, because I would have thanked her for raising such an amazing, independent, perfect woman. And the perfect woman for me. Whether you marry me or not, this ring is yours. He pulls it out and lifts her hand, then slips the ring on her trembling finger. But I would really love it if you would take the biggest risk you've ever taken and marry me, despite knowing very little about me, or if we're even compatible for a lifetime, or... Maggie interrupts him by nodding her head and kissing him. Holy shit, he did it. Sydney is crying. Even Bridgette wipes away a tear. Warren stands up, grabbing his wine glass to make a toast. Congratulations, you two, he says toward Maggie and Jake, even though they're still kissing and not paying attention to him. But this also kind of sucks because tonight was supposed to be my night. To everyone's shock, Warren pulls a box out of his pocket. He opens it and turns toward Bridgette. Bridgette, I wanted to propose tonight. I still do, even though I'm irritated that Jake did it first. So before Sydney and Ridge steal the rest of my thunder, will you please marry me? Bridgette is looking at him like he's crazy, because he is. You didn't get down on one knee, she says. Oh, Warren drops to his knee. Will you marry me? Is that better? Bridgette nods. Yes. Yes what? Warren says. Yes, that's better, or yes, you'll marry me? She shrugs. Both, I guess. Holy shit, what in the hell is happening tonight? We sat down to dinner as 3 couples who were dating. Now 4 of the 6 of us are engaged. I look at Sydney and she looks radiant, smiling as always as she watches everyone else. Jake and Maggie and Sydney are all clapping for Warren and Bridgette. Warren pulls away from Bridgette and looks over at Jake and Maggie. Congrats. You might have been engaged longer than us, but we're getting married first. Maggie laughs. You go right ahead, Mr. Competitive. Or, Warren says, turning to look at me, maybe we should just do this right now. Ridge, ask Sydney to marry you, then let's all go to Vegas. I laugh. If there's anything in our relationship I want to be taken more seriously than anything else, it's the moment I ask Sydney to marry me. I have it all planned out already. I'm writing a song for it. I'm going to perform it on stage at one of Brennan's concerts. Sydney deserves more than a spontaneous proposal. Oh, come on, Warren says. What are you waiting for? Are you going to write her a love song and play it on stage like you've already done twice before? That fucker. I mean, that was the plan. I sign, defeated. Well, it's predictable and lame, but 6 best friends getting married all at once is memorable and fucking epic. Let's all go to Vegas and do this shit. Bridgette is looking at me with her hands beneath her chin, mouthing, Please, 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 please. My heart is beating twice as fast as it was 2 minutes ago. I turn to look at Sydney to gauge her response, and she smiles. Just say when, she signs. When, I say. I blurt it out faster than I would have been able to sign it. Sydney's mouth is on mine, and we're both laughing. And I think we just got engaged. Holy shit. I'll buy you a ring tomorrow, whatever you want. She shakes her head. I don't want a ring. Let's get tattoos. In Vegas, Warren says, pulling out his phone. I'll look up flights. I'm already on it, Jake says, looking down at his phone. We have to keep Maggie's health in mind, so I'd like to get the shortest flight. And as soon as we land, I want to set her up an appointment with a colleague of mine as a precaution. Then after that, we can do the whole wedding thing. That's something I would have never entertained, going to Vegas with Maggie. I would have been adamantly against it. He really is better for her than I was. He's throwing caution to the wind while somehow still being cautious. My eyes move from Jake to Maggie. She's staring at her ring with tears in her eyes. When she catches me staring, she just smiles and mouths, Thank you. Because she knows how Jake got the ring. I smile back at her, glad that I'm here to see this moment. I've always wanted the best for her, and now that she's found it, I couldn't be happier. I honestly couldn't. This, right now. Everyone I love is exactly where they belong. My crazy best friend with the only girl on the planet I would say is perfect for him. My amazing, incredible ex-girlfriend about to experience life with a guy who is a better balance for her than I could have ever been. And Sydney, the girl on the balcony I tried so hard not to fall in love with. The girl I fell in love with anyway. The girl I am confident I will stay madly in love with far beyond my last breath. I take her hand and bring it to my mouth, kissing her ring finger that won't be bare for long. We're getting married, I say. She nods, smiling up at me. This better not be one of yours and Warren's pranks. I laugh. I laugh hard, and then I pull her to me and whisper in her ear. My love for you is forever off limits to our pranks. Tomorrow you'll be my wife. I wrap my arms around her and bury my face in her hair. Maybe Warren was right. Maybe predictable isn't always preferable. Because I can't imagine this happening any other way than it did. I saw 3 people I love most in my life get everything they deserve and more. As for me and Sydney, our maybe someday just became our absolutely forever.
Epilogue. Sydney. Dear baby Lawson, you're due in 27 days. I can't begin to tell you how excited your daddy and I are to meet you. Everyone is so excited to meet you. Your Uncle Warren has been trying out nicknames for you since we found out I was pregnant. So far, he's called you Bean, Tomato, Sausage Patty, and most recently, Silly Putty. I hope none of the nicknames stick. I've hated them all so far. But I've got your back. I'll make sure whatever he calls you, it'll be something that won't be too embarrassing. Your Aunt Bridgette is even more excited to meet you than Warren is. He's hoping for a niece, but she's hoping you're a boy, so they've got a $500 wager going. Bridgette says she wants a nephew because she gets along better with boys than girls, but I beg to differ. She gets along great with anyone who has the patience to truly get to know her. I'm just excited things have gone well with the pregnancy so far, and that you're healthy and growing like you should. Hopefully, you'll look like your father and have his talent. Your father listens to you a lot. You'll learn as you grow up that your father can't necessarily hear things in a traditional way, but he's the best listener I've ever met. He sleeps with his hand on my stomach every night, wanting to feel you move around and kick and roll over. I don't think I've seen him this excited since we got married in Vegas 4 years ago, and he went to his first Cirque du Soleil show. He was so entranced by everything going on, the lights, the movement, the vibrations, the vibe. We ended up seeing every Cirque show they offered that weekend, and we've been back to 2 new ones since then. I'm sure it will be something he takes you to experience with him as soon as you're old enough to appreciate it. We go back to Vegas every year to celebrate our anniversary, and I don't think we'll stop once you're born. We're just going to take you with us and celebrate our anniversary with an extra person we love in attendance. I think some people assume a quick Vegas wedding might be a little tacky, but it was honestly the best weekend of our lives. I don't regret it for a single second. Your father and I exchanged vows with each other, alongside your Aunt Maggie and Uncle Jake, and your Aunt Bridgette and Uncle Warren. I know they aren't your legitimate aunts and uncles, but I can promise you, they'll be there for you in a heartbeat, just like your Uncle Brennan, for the rest of your life. You're going to go through a lot of friends in your lifetime, but when you find the loyal ones, hold on to them. There's something magical about being able to choose the people you keep in your life. No matter how lonely you may feel at times, because all of us do at points in our lives, you're never alone when you surround yourself with the right people. I sometimes want to tell you all about how I met your father and how I met his friends, but these aren't things I've ever asked my own parents about themselves, so would you even want to know? I still have 27 days before I get to meet you, so maybe I'll write down everything I can about the times your father and I had together before you came along. Maybe that's something you'll want to know someday. It's definitely an interesting story, but probably not one I want to share in my first letter to you. What I will tell you is that everything about our relationship is unusual, from the way we met right down to the wedding. We didn't plan the wedding, it just sort of happened, which is why we got married in Vegas on a whim. We decided to do it because it was just one of those perfect moments spent with our friends when we all decided we were with our forever partners, and we were all so happy. We wanted to celebrate that happiness with each other. After a quick conversation about it, we all decided to head to Vegas and get married. It was a triple wedding. Your Uncle Warren and Aunt Bridgette argued the entire way there over whether we'd get married by an Elvis impersonator. But I'm sure you'll come to realize that when the two of them argue, it's always in fun. Your father and I didn't care whether Elvis married us or not, and neither did Maggie or Jake. Bridgette was adamant she didn't want to get married by a singer whose music she didn't know, but Warren wanted to have the most typical cheesy Vegas wedding he could. They finally came to a compromise, and Warren agreed not to get married by an Elvis impersonator if Bridgette would share the name of a movie he'd been searching for over 2 years. Needless to say, after their agreement, we did not get married by an Elvis impersonator. Instead, we got married in a 24-hour chapel, and I don't even remember the name of who married us. All I remember is that it was somehow the most non-traditional triple wedding I never dreamed of, but wouldn't have wanted it any other way. To share that day with our friends was a dream, but to be able to sign my vows to your father while he spoke his back to me was magical. And the 3 days we all spent in Vegas after the wedding were 3 of the best days of my life. I'm positive those days will be easily overshadowed on the day we get to meet you. But knowing there are multiple days in my life I'd give anything to relive again is a testament that I am certainly where I need to be and with who I need to be with. The journey here wasn't always easy, though. I was at a lonely point in my life when I met your father and his friends, and the road was bumpy. But I learned so many lessons along the way. Many of them I learned through the patience and love your father has for others. I know as you grow up, you'll see exactly what I mean. He's unlike any other man I've ever met, and I am so glad I get to love him. I'm even luckier that I ended up being someone he wants to love in return for the rest of his life. You and I are very lucky to be loved by a man with a heart like his. I can honestly say I've never met another person like him. And even though we don't know you yet, your father and I are very lucky to be blessed with raising you together. We can't wait to meet you. We can't wait to hold you. We can't wait for you to cry and laugh and walk and talk and sing. But just be warned, the people in your life love to play pranks on each other, but I'm getting really good at it, and I'm more than willing to teach you all my tricks, as long as you don't share them with your father. I don't know who you'll be yet, or what we're even going to name you, but I already love you so much more than I thought one heart was capable of. Whether you're a girl, or a boy, or someday decide to identify as neither, we are more than ready to support you and love you unconditionally, forever. Love, your mother, Sydney Lawson.
Maybe Now was written by Colleen Hoover. It was read by Angela Goethals, Jonathan Todd Ross, Rebecca Ross, and Zachary Weber. It was recorded by Timothy Moore at York Recording in Los Angeles. Editing, mix, and post-production by John St. Dennis. The associate producer was Anna Chan. Maybe Now was produced and directed by Taryn Accobiato. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Maybe Someday by Colleen Hoover, read by Angela Goethals and Zachary Weber.